All right, everyone, if you would start grabbing a seat. If you have not filled out your prize ticket, make sure you do that. We'll be starting here in a minute. My old days teaching school, everybody got quiet right away. It's like, give me 5. Morning, everyone. No, I am not Carol Perry. My name is Steve Goodgame. I'm the Education and Learning Manager for ARRL. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, youth. Young folks, raise a hand. Raise 2 hands. Put your hands up. Okay. We are happy to see all of you here. Thank you for being here. If you have not had a chance to register for the youth rally, we're having a whole youth rally all day. This is kind of the kickoff. Figure we might as well kick it off with the best, Ms. Carol, and get things rolling. Stop by the booth. We still have time to get you signed up. At lunch, 12 o'clock, several of the young folks are going to gather in the booth area and eat lunch and kind of get to know each other a little bit. There's extra food and a lot of sugar. So parents, close your ears. Kids, come on over. But it is great to see you all here. It's a great day. Like I said, we have tons of kids everywhere. So thanks for being here. But before we really get started, James has something he'd like to present. James, would you come on up? And go ahead and unfold that and let everybody see what we've got. As a token for Miss Carol, we brought her, there we go, hold it for me. One of our ARRL Youth Rally shirts. So Carol has been doing this for 35 years. She has been she was 4. She has been hosting this youth rally for 35 years, some of the time teaching school in school to kids. So Carol has a special place in my heart and folks at the league's heart, because that is exactly the path I followed. I did it for 21 years, following in the footsteps of people like Carol. So y'all are fortunate to have somebody like Carol be a champion for getting youth engaged in amateur radio. For those of you who are presenting today, crush it. You're going to have a great time. And let's get it. So, Miss Carol, thank you very much. I got to get one more hug.
And thank you for all you do. And for Bob, as he's leaving, please wave. These 2 guys, be sure to support all the organizations that support youth activities. And Steve is the guy you want to see. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, well, it's hard for me not to say class after that. Welcome to the 35th Annual Hamvention Youth Forum. And we have so many nice to share with you this morning. The purpose, of course, is that you're going to be inspired. Perhaps you're thinking of getting involved with young people, either in a school or a youth group. Please use us as a resource. Because after 30 years of being on combat duty in a Staten Island middle school, teaching introduction to amateur radio, you don't have to reinvent the wheel. Please feel free to get in touch with me if you would like to either be inspired more or to get some good tips how to get it into a school or to get it started with a youth group. Okay, today we have 6 fabulous young presenters, and I always have been saying this since the pandemic. We don't get to choose the times that we're born into, but we do get to choose how we contribute to them and participate in them. And your being here makes a statement about what you are contributing and supporting to our young, talented ham radio operators. Last 35 years, this audience has been dubbed the audience. And each one of my presenters, after they've been coached by me for the months, have been told there is nothing for you to be nervous about because everybody who's here is here to support you. So, they say it takes a village to raise a child. Well, around this room, it takes a team to support this youth forum. The gentleman sitting over there with the yellow necklaces that Carol's monitor on it truly are. And if there's anything you quickly will it go by through them be able to help you. Put your ticket in for the prize drawings. We have loads of great prizes to be giving. And I would be remiss, again, who supports all of this, is the okay. ICOM is just fabulous and has been for, and the person taking a picture of it, Lloyd, you just raise your hand, please. Lloyd is one of the gentlemen you'll see at the ICOM booth who has been working with me for all the fabulous prizes that not only will the speakers be getting, including radios, but because you are my love audience, the big prize that's over there is going to be only for adults. So that's thanking all of you, way of thanking all of you. And Lloyd, personal thanks for all that you've been always doing. And be sure to stop by the and thank Ray, and they work with me way back beginning in September when we begin interviewing for this forum. Okay, RCA. There is John Root is the of to be here. RCA youth activities. Contact me. Let me be your. If something you hear today tickles you or inspires you, and each of these fabulous presentations, something's got to hit you while you're sitting with them, and either contact them, they'll be or contact me. And you don't have to reinvent the wheel. We've got lots of good ideas to share with you. So that's Radio Club of America. Don, what's the number of the booth? 1811 if you want to stop by Radio Club of America and see what that fabulous organization has to offer. ARRL, you just heard Steve. They've been supporting the Youth Forum also for many times, and they have given us for-door prizes, discount coupons to give out. DX Engineering, Tim Duffy is a member of RCA along with me and a huge supporter of youth activities. And we have coupons to give out from DX Engineering as well. Now you see MFJ up there. Okay, we all know. But we left their name up there. They've obviously, if you haven't already heard, folded. They're finished. All on a high note, and they each of my contacts there, including Mr. Jew, said keep on what you're doing with the young people, and they would always be here to support what we're doing. So we thought it was only right to leave them up there as a sponsor. They have been for decades. QCWA, I was a director and head of their youth activities, and they have contributed to the Young Ham Lends a Hand contest, which we run. If you don't know what that is, and this year we have 2 winners, that news goes out, well, I'm starting it with all of you. We pick the winner in April, and it gets announced here, and I'll do that right before the presentations. You can at any time send me the name and contact info of some child you know, a talented young ham, 19 or younger, who does something to perpetuate the tethered a $100 check from us to go and spend and have a good time. Heil Sound. I'm sure you all know about Heil Sound. Bob, unfortunately, did pass away, and for decades as well, he's been one of the huge supporters of youth activities. And in keeping the tradition, Heil Sound has donated prizes. Some of them are already going to be for each presenter. The others will be given out as door prizes. And Lance Cruz, well, the three gentlemen to the left raising their hand, I would say Ralph and I, the gentleman in the black shirt, we must go back 30 years or more. Easy. And Ralph has always been a huge supporter of youth activities, and he got his fabulous club, that's the Lance Cruz Amateur Radio, and they are here to donate prizes as well for the audience, some for adults, some for children, and they were the ones who printed these beautiful that you filled out. That's all done. A classy thing that they do every very great. So thank you, Lance Cruz. And then we have P-Cars. Now, he was just here. There he is, Mike. Mike, president of this fabulous clubs. Now, local clubs, I'm giving a plug. Utilize your local clubs. I did when I was teaching. At the end of the term, it was never taught as a licensing class. But those kids who did impress me enough to go on and try to get licensed, I would move them to the local clubs to pick up. Used to 450 kids a term, so obviously they weren't all getting licensed. I had everybody in my program. It was just to enhance their learning experience in school. But those who were to go on and operators, I would work with the local clubs. So you might want to think about doing something like that as well. And P-Cars, ever since I did your club, I continue to be impressed with Youth Forum, and you have many presenters here as well. The Wagner kids through the... So we P-Cars. Okay. And then we have NL7XM is a dear friend of mine, Pete Veronis. He is a historian. If you need to know that went on decades ago with a particular person that you may be trying to track, he'd be the one to contact. He's a fabulous historian, and that would be NL7XM, supports the Youth Forum as well. And of course, the Dayton Hamvention people, DARA, they are the host here for all of us. And I would say a minimum of 50 a month start happening. Or that this room is set up the way we require it for kids. If you go, you would have seen a totally different appearance up here. And that's coordinated, and we thank them. They never say no to any request when it comes to the Youth Forum. So let's support the sponsors who are supporting the Youth Forum. That's my my message to you. Okay. All righty. Now we have the winner of the Young Hands a Hand contest. And again, that's informal. There's no formal form for you to fill out. If you encounter on the radio or somebody that you know locally or that you encounter, from now till next April, just send me an email with that child's, again, 19 or younger, with that child's information on it and why you would be nominating them. What have they done in the spirit of volunteerism? And then it's not just me, it's a whole committee of RCA representatives who get to choose who that would be. And while we're talking about choosing and recognizing, how many of you are teachers in this room? Okay, how many of you lead some kind of youth group? Okay, this is awkward for me, but I'm throwing it out here. Every February at Hamvention, the second biggest convention in Orlando, they created an award called the Carol Perry 2024 Educator of the Year. We've been doing that for 7 years, and any one of you can qualify. You can nominate yourself, or you can nominate somebody else. It does not have to be a formal teacher. It can be a Boy Scout leader. It can be somebody who has a local club that deals with youngsters. I even had a priest get nominated one year who was doing an after-school program at their church teaching amateur radio. So you can nominate someone. The form for that, and that's a committee of 5. I don't get to choose that either. I'm just one person of 5. It goes on the Hamvention website for the next year as soon as that comes up for 2025. So keep in mind, if you know an outstanding person in that capacity that you would like to recommend. Okay, this year's winners, and the one who got the original idea to do that is a dear friend. He can't make it here today. He's 95 years old. Not that that's what's stopping him. He just wasn't able to make it. Evan Rolick contributes money every year. I can't say enough good things about Evan. He always wants to know the details about who we chose. And it was one day, and he said, let's give out an award for volunteering effort. And so I always give credit to Evan. The winners this year got the most nominations, and so we decided to give it to both of them. They'll each be receiving a check mail from RCA for $100. The winners are this year Grace Papp, who happens to be a former RCA Young Achiever. That means she was a participant, these youngsters are, at one of my forums. Then they get our umbrella from RCA, and that entitles them to certain privileges. When they get near college age, they would qualify for the RCA Young Achievers Scholarship money. And all of you then, when you get to be college age, can apply for that. Go on the website and just follow the directions. And they have a lot of other privileges, including access to the fabulous network of RCA, who has all kinds of notables from the wireless industry in it. There's a lot of benefits you get. We're not through with you yet, and you'll always stay in touch. So Grace is one of them, and she stays in touch with me. So Grace Pape is one of the winners, K8LG. The second one who got a tremendous amount of recommendations is Katie Campbell. Katie Campbell is one of the presenters you're going to be hearing from, KE8LQR. And you and Grace just got the most nominations this year for your efforts, not only in recruiting young hams, but in retaining them and giving them exciting things to participate in. So congratulations to you. Okay. So I think we covered all the business part of the agenda for today. Does anybody have any questions at this point? Okay, I'm also going to make another special announcement about a special person. Every year, those of you who have been coming to the Youth Forum know that after the others have presented, I always have a notable person from amateur radio who comes to be a guest speaker to tell you about what they're doing, Aris or an astronaut one year. It's always somebody that I choose who would like to speak with you, that they're involved with young people. This year, we're doing something different. Before I got to invite a notable to come, an offer was made to me about a special person who's here. And after all, this is a youth forum. And so today's special guest is going to be a youth who's here visiting from another country. And you're going to be amazed when you hear her speak. So after the presenters go, I have invited her. She was a speaker yesterday at my instructors forum as well. So we think you're going to be honored and enlightened and hopefully inspired by the program that we have set up for you here today. So without further ado, and keep in mind, anybody who's up here is now a resource for the rest of you. Feel free, you're not bothering anybody by doing it. We're here to make ourselves available for you. Okay, we're ready to begin. And when they stand up here, remember, we're dealing with youth. And 35 years of doing this, I am always in awe at the aplomb, the confidence, and the ability to get up here and speak. Of course, it's the love audience, so they can do no wrong, but still, to get up, let's keep that in mind when they're up here, and please show your support for them. So the first speaker we have up here is going to be Cameron Fry. You want to come up and get yourself ready here, Cameron? Okay, go over there. And that's KD9VGV. Now, he's involved in so many fun activities that he titled his presentation, Working Outside the Shack with YOTA and Satellites. But also, some of these youngsters have resumes as long as your arm. The point is, they're up here to share with you why they have fun in ham radio. So if there's anybody here with a youngster who is just waiting, dragged here by an adult to see other children, the purpose is to see why kids are having fun with us. Welcome. We have a guest. We have two guests from India. The surprises come to me as well as you at the youth forum. Tom Jose, wave your. Tom, 7 years, 13 years old, here from India to be a presenter at the youth forum. How old are you now? 24 years old and still stays in touch. So that's perfect. Welcome, welcome, Tom. Okay. Cameron, the floor is yours.
Excuse me. Hello, everyone. I'm Cameron, KD9VGV, and I'm very glad to have the chance to be here today at the 2024 Dayton Hamvention, as well as Carol Perry's Youth Forum. My QTH is Beaver Dam, Wisconsin, about 30 miles northeast of the capital of Wisconsin, Madison. The grid square is EN53NL. As I mentioned, my name is Cameron, KD9VGV. I'm 12 years old and in 6th grade. I love doing a few sports, such as basketball and track. I also love everything to do with amateur radio. My favorite part of amateur radio is how there are endless possibilities and you never know what you'll do next. I especially like operating outside. It has its own challenges to overcome, but it makes it that much better. I'm having so much fun in amateur radio and do not plan to stop anytime soon. It all started in April 2022 when my amazing dad, 89DO, sitting right there, previously KD9UVX, got his technician license and let me do third-party traffic on nets and other 2-meter and 70-centimeter activities. He pushed me to get my license, and since it was a lot of fun, of course, I said yes. After a month of studying, I took the technician test, so my dad took his general test, and we both passed. It was even more fun doing VHF, UHF, and 10 meters with my own call, but I wanted to do more. So I started studying for the general test, and in January 2023, more specifically, the day before winter field day, I took the test and passed. Shortly before I received my general class license, I was introduced to Parks on the Air, or POTA. Once I did my first activation, I was hooked. I enjoy hunting POTA stations and activating at parks. I love POTA because of the challenge to take all of your equipment out to a park, and of course, the pileups. I love to explore the different things to do for Parks on the Air activations. I've been doing roves, and currently I'm learning Morse code, and I've even gotten on the air a few times. I'm still learning, so you will not hear me on the air a lot. I continue to do activations and have done over 100 successful activations at over 40 different parks. I've also hunted over 700 different parks. Also, I like participating in contests. For example, the day after I received my general license, I went to operate Winter Field Day 2023 overnight on a frozen lake with my dad as KD9VGV/AG. The whole trip was a crazy adventure, and I'm glad I spent my first time on HF with my call for Winter Field Day. We decided to bring out all our HF equipment as well as some satellite things. Sadly, our satellite antenna broke during the trip, so we only had access to HF. Luckily, hams like to fix things. The antenna was fixed shortly after. Over the whole time, my dad and I got almost 400 QSOs. When we were sleeping, though, it blizzarded. This gave us some more challenges to overcome, but eventually we got us and everything home safely. Also, in March 2023, my dad and I operated the Wisconsin QSO Party. At the time, we only had one radio, so we would take shifts. Once we were done, I processed the logs and found out I got third place in the rookie category. I did it the year after and got many more contacts. Another thing I love is FM satellites. When I started satellites, my dad and I did a lot of research. We programmed the International Space Station, or the ISS, repeater frequencies in our HTs, and tried to work others through the repeater with our J-pole. We did not get any contacts for a while, but one day when I was calling, I got a contact. It was amazing, and I was excited to make more. I continued getting contacts and upgrading gear until one day I heard NA1SS. I knew it was the astronaut at the International Space Station, and I was anxious to work him. The whole contact was amazing, and I'm very glad that I was able to get him. The satellite is only on a few times a month, so it's not very common to hear him on the repeater, but luckily I was still able to get him. I even got the contact on recording, and I can show it now.
November Alpha 1 Sierra Sierra KD9 VGV QSL. Kilo Delta 9 Victor Golf Victor QSL.
Kilo Delta 9 Victor Golf Victor November Alpha 1 Sierra Sierra. Space Station. What's your name?
My name is Cameron and I am in EN53NL. Thank you for the contact.
Welcome aboard the
Shortly after, the reason I'm here today, and I'm very thankful for Ed suggesting me to Carol. FM satellites may seem easy at first. We all know many things in amateur radio are not truly easy. Satellites are a big 15-minute adrenaline rush. Because the satellite is only above your area for a short amount of time, you need a couple of 10 to 15-minute tries a day. But it all depends on the satellite and the day. Some days the satellite will be closer to you, while other days you may not get it at all. Also, the ISS is not the only satellite that you can choose from. There are a variety of satellites, including the AO91 satellite, SO50 satellite, CAS36 satellite, PO101 satellite, and so much more. You can find more satellites and information, such as frequencies and times it will be near you, at a variety of websites and apps, but I recommend amsat.org. For satellites, you can use a lot of different kinds of equipment. Although many people use HTs, you can use many different radios. If you not want to have two radios, one to transmit and one to receive, you can get a full duplex radio or attach a duplexer. You can also use almost any different antenna, but there are many different kinds that work better. When you need to see where the satellite is and your antenna, you can use a large amount of apps and websites, but once again, I recommend amsat.org. When my dad and I do satellites, we bring out a Wouxun HT, an air antenna, a duplexer, along with a voice recorder. Another thing to consider when setting up your satellite station is the Doppler shift. Think of it like the noise of a car getting quieter on one side, then louder, then quieter on the other side. It is like this, just with frequencies. To make up for this, I programmed 5 different channels with the frequencies getting higher as the satellite continues to move. Once you have all of your equipment, you can find a few of the more popular FM satellites and program them into your radio. Wait until a time when the satellite will be near you and start operating. You know the satellite will be near you because you'll hear many others talking first. You may not be successful for your first few tries. Eventually, you'll start talking to a lot of people, and maybe if you're lucky, an astronaut in space. Another thing to mention when talking about FM satellites is the exchange. Because the satellite is only above you for a short amount of time, and because only one contact can go on at a time, you want to make the contact short. You do not want to have a whole conversation on the repeater, because many others may get angry. To make contact short, all you have to do is exchange your call sign and grid square and get the other person's call sign and grid square. For example, exchange would be KD9 VGV and EN5. It's a big rush, so you may not remember call signs. So remember to bring a piece of paper. There are a lot of things to do in this hobby, whether it's parks in the air, DX hunting, or digital modes. It is all a lot of fun. If you're looking for a new thing to do in amateur radio, look no further than satellites. They can be a fun way to get further stations on the higher bands and get outside. I'd like to mention that I've only attempted FM satellites. I'm still collecting gear to try to get into SSB satellites. I want to thank everyone again for giving me the chance to be here today. I hope you learned a lot today and continue to learn from this amazing hobby. 7-3 from KD9 VGV.
Thank you so much, Cameron. That was terrific. I can't help it as I see people here who need to be acknowledged. A dear friend, a fellow RCA member, Jim, Jim, I will tell you, not only has from day one been supportive of all the RCA youth activities and whatever we're doing with young hams, he is a professor at Penn State, and he is running the RCA Technical Symposium, and I'm bringing it up because all of these youngsters who are presenting today would become eligible. You want to say a few words? You know somebody who would be eligible to be a speaker at our symposium talking about networking. We had Marty Cooper there last year in Denver at our RCA convention, and Marty Cooper was the inventor of the cell phone, in case that name doesn't ring a bell. Jim, I would like to introduce you.
Thank you so much, and a few tears in my eyes seeing that talk there. That is very, very impressive, and of course, Carol is just fantastic for the youth and ham radio, and she has done so much for so many years. It's just wonderful to have somebody like Carol helping all these young kids. So give her a hand there, please. And she mentioned the Radio Club of America. We have quite a few directors in here and members, and it's quite an organization, wireless organization, and it really is one of the main purposes is for the youth, and of course Carol is the leader in that. And this year's technical symposium is going to be in New York City, and we're going to have a pretty famous person there. How many people have ever heard of Penzias?
Grade. Today I'm going to talk about the Fauquier County 4-H ham radio, how we started the club to get more kids into ham radio. A little bit about me and my family. My dad's call sign is KY. My mom and younger sister do not have call signs yet. We live on a small farm in Virginia where we raise dairy rabbits, and we have been breeding and showing dairy goats for 7 years now. The hogs I raise are for 4-H show and sale, and I've only been doing the hogs for around 2 years now. The rabbits are the newest animal that we've only had for around a year, and the chickens we just have so we can have nice, yummy, fresh eggs. My family is very involved in 4-H, with my clubs in our county, with me being in 5 clubs. With goats, hogs, rabbits, archery, and ham radio, we are incredibly busy. One of the clubs my parents lead is the Fauquier County 4-H Ham Radio Club, which my dad and I started 3 years ago. I started this club able to have fun in ham radio with other kids my age. With my family being in 4-H already, we knew 4-H would be a great place to start the club. So some of you may be wondering, what is 4-H? According to 4-H.org, 4-H is America's largest youth development organization, empowering nearly 6 million young people with skills to lead for a lifetime. 4-H is delivered by Cooperative Extension, a community of more than 100 public universities across the nation that provides experiences where young people can learn by doing. It's also a place to learn and practice leadership. 4-H clubs are youth-led, and although we get a lot of help from our adult volunteers, we as youth hold all of the officer positions in our clubs. And while agriculture is still a major part of 4-H, projects range from livestock to robotics, shooting education, to public speaking and National Congress. You know what 4-H is, let's talk about how I started the club. After I got my license, I started joining my hams and learning. As much as I enjoy going, there and I want a place to share the activities. I am radio. I have been very supportive of the radio club. Mentorship, events like field day. We first reached out to our county's 4-H extension agent to start a club. After we asked around to find out if kids were interested, we held an interest meeting to find out what they would like to do. When we had enough kids interested, we filed our club charter to start the Fauquier Radio Club. We initially started out with an HF radio that had been passed down through multiple local hams and a homemade dipole antenna. Anything else was borrowed for meetings from our home station, though within the first year we were able to significantly improve our club station with a grant from ARDC. This grant allowed us to build our youth outreach youth station and public outreach. The trailer took to run off solar panels and a battery system. Here you can see pictures of some of us putting together the stations. In, the top right photo, you can see me and one of my friends crimping coax. We did find out how incredibly hard it can be to crimp coax, even with the tool. All right, so I've been talking a lot about our club's trailer, but the club is than that. Okay. But upcoming year. In this activity, each club member gets around 3 to 4 sticky notes to put on the monitor where we show the activities we can do that year. And to do. Some of the activities always get a lot of notes, like fox hunting and summits on the year, while other activities we may choose to do one year and try something new the next. This activity helps us find out what kids are interested during that year. We try to have at least one software activity. Some of our projects have included Morse code practice oscillators, electronic principal demo kits, LED badge pins, and antenna builds. We've also built physics demos for a public outreach event showing things like Lenz's law and Hertz's radio wave experiment. Another unique activity we've done annually is ham-themed. My dad has run escape rooms for our club so far. The first one was a Morse code escape room where we had to determine where the adrift ship we were on was and send our location via Morse code. The second was Around the World in Holidays, which we did last year in December for our holiday, where we explored digital modes, call signs, and what winter holidays are celebrated in other parts of the world. At the ARRL booth, you can try the Morse code escape room for yourselves if you want. We as a club do more so. Every now and then we will do activities outside of the month. So here are the few of the favorite activities that we have done. If you asked any of our club members what activity is, they would say fox hunting is one of our favorites. The club has fox hunts at least once a year, but usually we. The first time the club had a fox hunt, we went out to a local park with 3 tape measure a fox. We had a ton of fun. It took us around 20 minutes. After At the club's end of year, we had a fox hunt, and it took us only 10 minutes to find the fox. Another thing the club has done that we have enjoyed is soda and POTA. Last year, the club forestry park for POTA. The club's biggest activity, though, was in October last year, Eco Balloon at our local park. It took a meeting to build and a meeting to release. I have no clue where it is. The beacon never turned on. For all we know, but we learned a lot. We have had better success with contesting, though. We aren't a contest club, but we do enjoy being able to allow our competitive side. Events like Virginia Q Day, Winterfield, give and have fun chasing personal and club records. Our club has won the October School Club Roundup category twice, and we came in second this last February. The club has one last thing we do often. At the club, we will take the trailer out to public outreach events for people to learn about ham navigation. The main events we do are back-to-school fairs, community events, our local farmers markets Kid Day, and the Fauquier County Fair. We also partnered with FARA for their ARRL GOTA station. Then just this last January, we did Winter Field Day for the first time with FARA. We also would like to host a youth lounge at some of our local ham fests in the future. This picture from Field Day 2023 is one of my favorite photos of one of our club members' younger sisters making a contact on the air. So, talking about sounds fun and interesting to you, you can start your own 4-H club in your county. First, talk to your county extension agent to see if there is a club already, or if not, ask if you could start one. You can find your agent by going to 4h.org and using their Find Your County tool. After that, you need at least 5 kids willing to join and lead the club. Once you find some kids interested, hold an interest meeting to find out what they would like to do. Then, create your club's bylaws and constitution and file them with your extension agent. These steps may vary depending on your county, so definitely check with your extension agent first. Thank you for listening and learning more about involved in the hobby. I hope seeing what our club has been doing inspires ideas for engaging kids in ham radio. With that, today we have published a collection of our past activity guides and ham-themed escape room plans. You can access them here by scanning the QR code. And with that, I hope you all have a good day, morning, and rest of your day.
Thank you. As always, some insight there. That's she gets a lot of nice responses. Ralph just asked me to make the announcement that 10:30 is the cut point for putting your ticket stubs in the prize box, and you must be present to win. We want to pass this one along. Would you be good enough to just put that in the box over there? Thank you. Okay, yeah. Jim mentioned before, who you heard from, he was so impressed with your presentation about antennas, and Jim would be the one to compliment like that. Consider yourself complimented. And there's more to. Okay, our presenter is KI8AN. Now he came up with, this is going to be fun with POTA. Remember, themes all had to be, what are they having fun with in amateur radio to hopefully inspire other youngsters, or to inspire you to inspire other youngsters. Fun with perfect adventure. Okay. all of them have been working the hard work that went. It's yours.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ian Alkema, K-I-A-N. 13 years old, and I live in Janison, Michigan. License yet. Younger sister, Kirsten. Today, have fun and keep it simple. There are two types of POTA, hunting and activating. The easiest way to get started is to sign up on the POTA website and get started hunting the bands. But for me, the real hunting parks is the perfect way to get started in the program if you don't have the portable equipment to go. Designation to help the hunter know which park is being. People love and try to make access with as many unique parks as possible to earn progress on special tickets such as working and parking. About this, you can about any mode and free license privileges. It's also a great way. Hunting POTA, for me, the real adventure. Activating is registering, setting up a portable and making contacts. To have a successful activation, you need to make 10 unique contacts. It can take place inside a vehicle, on a bench or picnic table, or even a hike into the wilderness. As long as your entire station is within the boundaries of the park, you are good to go. Before you get out of your comfortable ham shack to have your own POTA adventures, it's good to have a plan. Setting up a station requires lots of parts, and if you forget one, make use of parts and equipment you need, such as radio, battery, coax, connectors, etc. Check your equipment as you're loading up and make sure everything's there. Researching the park is also a good idea, so you can have an idea where to go. Sometimes, there may be an ideal spot to set up a full-size antenna, and you may need to bring an antenna with a smaller footprint. It's also good to be prepared for the weather. For example, on numerous occasions I forgot my coat and gloves. Trust me, sitting out in the cold while logging and operating the radio can be miserable. In my experience, just getting to the park was an adventure. One time we tried to go to Newaygo State Park, but there's so much snow into the road into the park, our truck almost got stuck. Heading farther down the North Country Trail in Manistee National Forest. When we were in the same situation, get down the access road to deep, wet snow. Finally, we found a place to park. We hiked a half mile through the snow, uphill both ways with all of our equipment. I ended up sitting on a log along North Country for me to activate both parks at the same time. I've had some amazing experiences, but one of my park a few miles up the road, and I sat up on the shores of Duck Lake. It was awesome to look out over the lake and enjoy nature while being hike along the awesome. Making trips through POTA and being able to share my adventures with others is something I love. On one occasion, I was able to meet up with one of my Elmers, Brad, KR8P. Met him at the Hockey Bike Trail State Park. And Brad even brought a new idea for me to try. So much fun to learn from his and his experiences, to share something we both love, POTA. Afterwards, several local ham meet me at the park. Another time, I was able to spend the day at the Five Park River with my friend Andrew, NAAPR, and his dad, Andy, KAPR. We activated 2 for Bacali Wildlife Unit and Bass River State Recreation, 2 parks. What started as a morning activation turned into an all-day adventure. We were able to add Grand Haven State Game Area, Grand Haven State Park, and Olive Township State Game Land with lunch at Culver's in between. We had a great time. My dad and I again with Andy, KAPR, and his twin boys Seth, NASTH, and Nathan, NANJR. So much fun to spend time with other youth during POTA, and our friendships have grown ever since. I've also been able to share all my adventures with some of my family. Dear Grandpa, my dad has been with me in all of my adventures. He drove me to all the parks, taught me how to set up a portable station and antennas, troubleshoot problems with me when the station had an issue. He's also helped me learn how to use our radio. When he wasn't taking pictures of my presentation, he's even been able to activate parks with me. A few occasions, my grandpa has been able to join me. One time we went to Rogue River State Game Land. I was able to show him how to set up a portable station, make contacts, and POTA is all about. It was a beautiful morning spent in the woods, seeing the reflections of fall colors on the lake. I've also been able to bring my sister, Kirsten, ZYD. She went on several activations with me and had a fun time learning about POTA. After that, she wanted to get her amateur license too, which she did this year. Another incredible park my activated actually in front of the pond of visitors while making contacts with other visitors about so my Wolf Lake, show pond, and bird watching. It is very cool because they raise a rare type of fish called lake sturgeon. So only a few people are out each year. In the visitor center, we picked up food to feed the fish in the feeding pond. It even brought my binoculars, and we went on a bird watching adventure. So we hiked around the fish ponds. We saw mallard, hooded merganser, and a blue-winged teal too. Sometimes, part of the adventure with POTA is experiencing the unexpected. One such experience happened at Holland State Park. We were setting up the antenna that goes from the canal from Lake Macatawa into Lake Michigan. And we watched a ship push a barge to the canal. The ship was so large it seemed like it would barely fit. My dad looked up the ship and we found it was heading to Gary, Indiana. It is very neat to see a ship going right into the canal where I began activating. Make sure to enjoy these parks you are visiting. These special places are something fun to offer. I was trying to find other fun activities to do along with our activities, where we jump off dunes with friends, go on hikes at the beach, enjoy watching the sunrise over the on the air is the perfect opportunity to adventure, and I hope you'll try it out. Pull you get out into the parks, help you learn how to set up portable station antennas in different conditions, and improve your radio skills that could even help during emergencies. But also lets you build relationships and friendships with other operators, people, and put radio in the public spotlight. Who you meet, they'll be inspired to get your amateur radio license next. You also get to enjoy some really amazing sights and experiences. Encourage all of you in this room to give Parks on the Air a try, get outside your ham shack, have your own POTA adventures.
Oh, thank you so much. Again, as I hear each one of their presentation, it sparks so many things that I'd love to share with all of you about experiences, job training with the kids in front of you. He pointed out that each one of them has in common the need to communicate with other kids on the air. So you might want to keep that one in mind also. And one of the things that we heard Juliana speak was about her as a teenager. That reminds me of talk, hormone age. They expressed to me was that what they loved about it was that they were anonymous as far as their appearance went. Interesting, teenagers on the radio. Nobody has to know that that was a bad breakout day on your face or whatever. And the kids really appreciated that aspect of it. I share that with you as it comes to me as these kids are giving presentations. That's a good selling point for teenagers. Nobody has to know you had a bad hair day or whatever. And the need to communicate with other youth their own age. So that was a great point. Thank you for that. Okay, next I'm going to ask the Campbell sisters to come up. We have Elise, K-E-8-T-Y-U, and Katie, K-E-8-L-Q-R. And Katie is a previous presenter here, several of my forums in Florida as well. And again, communicating with siblings to try to get family members involved with activity is another good point. It brings families together as well. Okay. Now, here's an interesting thing that they did. My favorite is always, there's so many different ways you can get a youth club going, but my suggestion always was and always will be, bring it into a school. And there's a lot of different ways you can do that, as a club, as an after-school activity, or if you're lucky, the way I did it, teaching it full-time as its own course, as its own class. And it was called Introduction to Amateur Radio. No one's going to let you have it as part of the curriculum as a licensing class. So it had to be available to everybody, and it was. Special needs children, whatever that means. We're all needy, and every child is special. But I had everybody in my program, over 450 kids a term. And the idea was to use ham radio to motivate and make it be fun for whatever the 6th, 7th, or 8th grade curricula happened to be. So there's a lot of different ways to convince a principal to let you get it into the school. Before you go for that first interview to speak to an administrator, please contact me. I know all the buzzwords. I know all the negative responses they will give you. And I'll give you all the answers to their negativity. So a lot of these things, like I said, we've already been there, done that. But what you're seeing here is teenage motivation too, and licensed in ham radio through their school club, K8 LPS. And this is one way to get youngsters involved on the middle school level.
Help from the school club a few years ago as well.
Some of the things I wanted to do in amateur radio with my club were things like kit building and fox hunts, because they were a great thing you could do with your friends and other people in the club. And there was a competitive or by yourself, and it's sort of competitive, but you get to work together and you make connections and you become friends with all the people in your club, and you get to know each other really, really well. And the club advisors are always there to help you if you need anything.
It's always entertaining. Our club has one of the little tiny transmitters, and the first time that we went to have a fox hunt, we told the kids, it looks kind of like a film canister, and then quickly realized that none of them knew what a film canister looked like. So, I mean, now I guess we can all say that we know handing out flyers for a youth net that I was pretty active with. And then in the second picture, Elise had actually won a prize there was a prize drawing specifically for youth. And so she actually won an arrow antenna through that, which was pretty cool.
School club roundups are also a great time to make contacts with your friends, because with your clubs you always have so much support, and the Elmers from your club are there to help you and teach the older students, and then those students will teach you, and all around it's a great way to be because you just have so much support on every side. They're also great because while you're learning that from the older kids, you get to apply that knowledge and teach the younger club members as well. And it's so much fun to see them get their first contact and compare it to when you get your first contact and see it just brings so much joy to them.
One of the big things that our club tries to do with school club roundups is keep the adults out of the operating setups. Sometimes it's a little bit challenging. They would really like to help and assist in as many ways as possible. But we really try to make sure that the kids are doing all of the operating, even if they're making little mistakes, because the learning opportunities are a lot more frequent if the kids are operating and making those mistakes themselves. In the first picture, you can kind of see I'm helping Elise through a contact, and she's helping one of the younger members. And then in the second picture, Elise was making her first HF contact a few years before the first picture happened. So it's kind of a full circle moment when the kid that you Elmered into making their first contact is Elmering other kids.
For those school club roundups and field days, we had to set up a borrowed G5 RV before we got our new station, and with the new tower and antenna, it's a big improvement.
Yeah, so our club kind of started in about 2019, and for the next couple of years we had ended up, for every school club roundup or field day, borrowing a G5 RV and some sort of radio setup from a local club or a local business, and setting it up for a week at a time, twice a year, and for field day. So it's a lot of work, and it was not in any way permanent. With the new station that we've kind of been building over the past year, everything's a lot more permanent, so we can get on the air a lot more frequently.
When we were preparing to build the club station, we got a bunch of boxes and rolls of coax, and I was super surprised afterwards how we went from that stage to having a dream station.
Yeah, so since we've been a club for a while, we kind of realized maybe it's time to get a permanent station at the school, and obviously working with a school, there's a lot of hoops to jump through in getting a permanent station. You have to get it approved by the school board, administrators, and everything. Mrs. near us had already donated an ICOM 7300, which we had been using for school club roundups and field day and everything. And then we reached out to DX Engineering and we're like, we're going to place this order. This is pretty much everything we need for the school club. And last year we had a Zoom meeting with them over the summer. Some of the reps from DX Engineering, Scott Jones and Tim, and they were pretty much like, well, we've decided that we'd like to donate all of this to you. So that was incredibly helpful and very, very generous. Pretty much made the club station possible. It's better than we could have imagined.
While we were building the club station, it was hands-on for the whole club. We got to build the framework for the antenna's concrete base, we got to watch them put coax to our radios, and we got to go up in the bucket truck and look at the antennas. It was so much fun.
The whole process of putting the station together kind of happened over the summer last year before school started. And some of my friends were there for band camp, and one of them was like, there's guys in the ceilings with wires. She texted me, it's you, isn't it? You're the cause of this. I was like, yeah. You'll like it in the end, though. She's like, of course it was you. But the whole thing was, as Elise said, very hands-on. The club members were helping every step of the way, so we know how everything works, which is really valuable, because if something were to go wrong with the station, we need to know how to fix it.
While we were building the station, we got help from Scott Dunn and his crew, and we got to set up our 11-element Yagi and put that on the antenna. And like I said, we got to go up in the bucket truck and get some cool photos for this presentation, and our antenna was so cool, even from the top.
Yeah, so she mentioned Scott Dunn. He's the owner of a local business, RAA Data, and he came out with a team, and for completely free, they volunteered all of their time. They came out and helped set up the antenna, the tower, all of that stuff.
Our club station now is much improved. We have an ICOM 7300 from the Graft Electric, and now we have an ICOM 9700 from Ray and DX Engineering, our 11-element Yagi, and a rotor on our tower.
Yeah, so at one point I had messaged Ray, I was like, well, our club advisor wants to get this radio, but I think that it would be really good to keep the station all ICOM so that we can have a little bit of ease with switching radios back and forth. I was like, so what's the ICOM equivalent of this radio? And he was like, well, it'd probably be the 9700, and I think we may be able to find one in my trunk. So that kind of helped us out a lot, and we're very, very grateful for that.
Now with our new improvements to our station, and it's permanent, so we get on the air at our station almost every club meeting, and it's so much fun because the kids are like, wow, we get to get on the air all the time now instead of just 1 week, and then we're like, yeah, it's so much better.
Yes, it's really crazy to see the strides. The first year I was in the club, we had a tiny VHF radio, no HF setup whatsoever, and at this point we have the permanent HF setup, so sometimes I'll go in during my lunch and just do CW for half an hour, but it's really nice to have that there so that we can get on the air, because that's really what gets kids interested. And then, thank you for watching. If anybody has any questions, definitely come up to Elise and I afterwards. We'd be happy to answer any of those.
Thank you, ladies. And again, that's one way. The reason I keep pushing to get it into a school, you've got a captive audience, right? And it could be either as an elective, as a club, or, again, my favorite way, get the administrator to let you teach it. Available for all students. Most of the kids have no clue what ham radio is, and then it becomes your job to make it be fun and to be teaching the curriculum through the fun of amateur radio. So be sure to get inspired is what I'm saying to you, and please run ideas by me. Okay, I've been asked to make the announcement that this is the cutoff point for putting tickets in for the big prizes, and I will let you know, thanks to ICOM, the big prize for the Love audience, for adults only, is going to be the IC 705. And that's a good one, and that's only for the adults. And each of the presenters will be getting, from ICOM again, an ID 52A. And that's a really nice gift. That's one of the many ICOM gifts you'll be receiving as well. Okay, that being said, we have our special guest who will be giving her presentation. But before I ask her to come up, would all the presenters please come up in front? Let me remove this. And if you want to get the group picture, this would be the time to do it, and then I'm going to ask you to get into it as well. But let's get a shot of just them. Let's get them. Oh, hello. Okay, Ray, why don't you just stand with them for the picture? We're a little out of order here, but that's the group picture for the 2024. Want to make sure you get that before the session ends. And now, Juliana, come get in it. Okay, thank you. Okay, why don't you stay up there? Okay, I wanted to make sure that shot got taken. Sometimes at the end, as the throngs are coming in and the throngs are leaving, we don't get that opportunity. But last but certainly not least of the presenters is Anderson Ray, K4RAY. And this is all the fun of the youth on the air. And I know his mentor is here, Neil Rapp, another tremendous mentor. And while he's getting set up, another thing that's important, those of you who want to get involved with young children, please, please make sure you've got trusted adults that you're working with. And if it's going to be in a formal school setting or any kind of formal group setting, you might want to check insurance and liabilities, and that you carefully vet who you've got working with the young people. And I don't say that without years of experience that would be a good idea. Barney, would you raise your hand, please? Barney and Carol, two fellow RCA people, but a lot of what I just said to you is from our legal counsel from RCA. So we want to make sure times are different today. And you want to be real careful who you're trusting your children with. Okay, that being said, Anderson, the floor is yours.
Perfect. Good morning, everyone. My name's Anderson Ray, K4RAY. I'm a little bit taller. Good morning, everyone. My name's Anderson, K4RAY. I live in South Central Kentucky, a town called Columbia. It's about 2 hours north of Nashville and 2 hours south of Louisville, so about right in the middle of everything. But today I want to talk about Youth on the Air and all the fun that comes along with YOTA. So Youth on the Air is a program designed for and by young amateur radio operators. It's modeled after Youngsters on the Air, which is a IAUR Region 1 idea. It was founded by, I'm not really sure who founded it over there, but it includes Europe, Africa, and the Middle East. Now, YOTA was the idea was brought to America by two men, Sterling Mann, N0SSC, and Sam Rose, KC2LRC. They actually went to a Youngsters on the Air camp in Europe and brought the idea back and introduced it to Neil Rapp. If you have an opportunity to talk to these two guys, please do. Really neat individuals. I know Sterling's here. I don't think Sterling's in the room, but Sterling's around here somewhere. So if you happen to see Sterling this weekend, make sure to say hello. He's a really neat guy. So why does YOTA exist? The main reason is to keep the hobby alive. If you look around, especially when you go out, we are an older hobby. And it's backed by facts here. If you look at the graph, there's 41% of the population is anywhere between 1 and 29 years of age, but they make up less than 1% of the ARRL membership. And likewise, on the other end of the spectrum, it's made up mostly of 99% of anybody older than the age of 29, more than likely in the graph over the age of 50. So in order to keep this hobby alive, we have to tap into that 1% with the youth. If we don't, this hobby will die. So how do we do that? Well, that's the whole goal of YOTA. And we have to make it fun and enjoyable. I mean, in a technological age, it is very hard to get a kid to get off the cell phone. And that's one of the teaching points that I like to use when I go into high schools and middle schools is whatever your phone can do, a radio can do. And we want to demonstrate that through YOTA. So YOTA camps are the pinnacle of YOTA. They're designed for and by amateur radio operators like before, and most of the sessions are led by people 35 or under. It's held in various locations across the Americas. The first two were in Cincinnati because of COVID. They were actually held at the VOA Museum. If you're here in Ohio for a little bit after, stop by the VOA. It's a really neat place. It has good radio history. The last one was held in Ottawa, Ontario, Canada. Again, a really neat place. It's the capital of Canada. A few really good experiences while we were in Canada, and that was held by RAC. I believe the Radio Amateurs of Canada were the hosts of those camps. And then this next one is in Halifax, Nova Scotia, Canada, and that's in July. Get to my notes here. Then the next two are YOTA Contest and YOTA Month. Two things that happen throughout the year, not just in July. So the point of YOTA is we want to make sure that there's stuff for youth to do throughout the year and not just of that 1 week of camp. So December is YOTA Month. It's a month-long special event station where young operators can sign up to operate one of 4 call signs in the Americas, YOTA, and then everywhere else, any of the call signs end in YOTA. I believe we have an Argentinian call sign, and then there's some over in Europe. And I'm not really sure what countries are. I think that's just just a broad spectrum of Europe. Yes, so just the broad spectrum of Europe. YOTA Contest is a 3-part contest held throughout the year, with the last happening in December. Anybody can participate in YOTA Contest, so this does not have to be just for youth. This is for everybody, even though it does sound like it would be just for youth. There is bonus points offered if you are under 25 and you compete in the contest. And like I said, awards and plaques are given for the people that win the most. And then, like I said, 2 of the most things we can do throughout the year that just keep youth active. So why YOTA Camp over the alternatives? Well, YOTA Camp gives hands-on experiences and stuff that people can remember throughout their time in radio. Helps us get comfortable through radio, like I said, through the use of hands-on projects and experiences. So the projects, we do various different things. Last year, I believe we did a CW key, a CW oscillator, and an antenna build for 20 or 40 meters. That was the 3 things. And you use those throughout the week for varying sessions. And like I said, experiences. The experiences are one of the best things we can give young radio operators to get them hooked. One is the NA1SS contact we did this last summer. And I have pictures of that here in just a second, read by Ruth Willett. You get to talk, campers themselves got to talk to the astronaut. That's something that we cannot recreate anywhere else. That right there is a memorable experience that people can pack with them for the rest of their lives and their radio careers. And a de-expedition of sorts. My big thing with YOTA is Parks on the Air. I'm leading the Parks on the Air. And speaking of Sterling, he just walked in the room. That's Sterling, for everybody that don't know Sterling. The de-expedition of sorts. So the way that when Neil come to me, we had been gone from camp maybe 3 weeks, and we were in Huntsville. And he came up to me and he said, I have an idea. And he said, we can do a de-expedition. And I said, how is that we're going to accomplish that? Moving 30 kids to an island off the middle of the ocean. He said, well, no. He said, we can do a de-expedition of an unactivated POTA site in Halifax. It's a lighthouse. Like I said, great pile-up. Since it's ever been activated, everybody wants it. So great pile-ups. Like I said, closest we can give to a de-expedition without actually going to an island in the middle of the Pacific. Like I said, here's some camp photos, and I'll try to describe what's going on. So this top photo in the top left-hand corner is a picture of our radio station there this was at the university we stayed at in Canada. All the radios are supplied by ICOM, one of our generous sponsors. Like I said, everybody, I think the consensus is Ray Novak is great. He does a lot of stuff for youth. You could call him anytime, and he probably has something that will work. Like I said, and then they also gave 705s for us to use during the POTA activation. You'll see those here in just a second. And as well as ID52 handhelds for every camper to use throughout the week. This bottom right-hand corner photo is the photo of the NA1SS contact. Like I said, you see the line of students there that come to ask questions. These are the photos continued. So the bottom left-hand photo is of the POTA activation. A few more people in the photo, actually a couple in this room. I had another photo, I'll tell a quick story. I had another photo that I was going to use before I chose this one. And there's a picture of Katie doing CW on a straight key that we made, and everybody around her standing with cameras. And when I looked, I was like, man, that's a great photo. Well, then I realized I would have to explain what was going on in that photo and didn't want to take too much time. But there is another photo like that. I think I have it on my phone if anybody wants to see it afterwards. But like I said, those neat experiences that we can't get anywhere else. And then the Defen bunker. What the Defen bunker is a nuclear fallout shelter for the Canadian government. It was supposed to be secret. It turned out not to be very secret. It was actually founded right after it was started a building. And how they found it out, they had a pilot fly over and saw a bunch of toilets on the ground, and they figured out that it must have been the bunker. So really neat to get to tour that. Like I said, if you ever, it's one of those things, I would never have went there without YOTA. So like I said, another one of those neat experiences. So then the real question is, does this all work? Does it actually grab the attention of youth operators? Well, the simple answer is yes. As we can see, we have numbers here. So the top number, as we can see, before camp, we have an average of about a 3. It's about the average. It averages anywhere from 2.4 to 3.5 on radio skill. Well, after camp, we see those numbers rise from anywhere from 2.9 to 3.9 after camp. And then the big thing here is retention. We have to make sure make sure they retain that information. So we give another survey a year later, and as we can see, there is a little drop, but overall still those skills are retained. And like I said, 2.78 to 4.22 in a year later. So why am I so passionate about POTA? Well, I don't come from a radio background. None of my family was radio operators. I had a few people there in the community that helped me out. One that my dad works with overall, his name was Mike Keltner. He helped me out a lot. And so with Youth on the Air, it taught me those important skills. He said, without Youth on the Air, I would not be able to learn these skills, such as kit building and stuff like that. I would have never done that. Well, I probably would have, but most of the time I have to rely on YouTube or other Elmers, and we know how life goes. YouTube doesn't always have all the answers, and Elmers get busy. So you have to know how to solve those problems yourself, and without YOTA, I wouldn't have that. So YOTA has also given me the skills to teach and do classes like this. The reason I'm here today is because of Neil, and I thank Neil for that very gratefully. But I've also been able to teach in middle schools and high schools and use the skills that YOTA has taught me to bring more people into radio. So how can you get involved with YOTA? Well, the big thing is just to work the stations. That is the most important thing you can do from home to help us. If we don't have people making pile-ups or making contacts, we cannot teach those radio skills or cannot test and see if equipment that we've built works or anything like that. So we have to make sure that people are working the stations. As well as follow YOTA on social media, very active on Facebook and Instagram, led by youth. Actually, Katie and Jack is in the room as well. They lead our social media. And you can also make sure to check out youthontheair.org. That's where all the information about YOTA can be found. YOTA Camp, YOTA Month, as well as any press releases about what is going on in YOTA. And then YOTA at Hamvention, most importantly. YOTA is here at Hamvention at booth 4303 and 4304. It's the 4th building. As soon as you enter the sliding doors, Youth on the Air is right there. There's an area behind for a youth hangout spot, so anybody there. And there's actually a youth meetup directly following this forum at 12 behind the YOTA booth. Like I said, building 4, walk through the sliding doors. It's right there as you walk in. And thank you guys for the opportunity. Enjoy the rest of Hamvention.
So many different areas to get people involved with. Now, again, in the interest of the 3 hours, and I promised you it was going to zoom right by, if everybody sticks to their allotted time, our special guest, and please join me in welcoming. First, I'm going to ask Mark to come up and tell you how this special invitation came about. And I just want to tell you that we did have the young lady as a guest speaker yesterday to come from another country, different language, different everything. Just we were extremely impressed with you. So let's welcome to this country, as well as to this venue, somebody who wants to give you a teenager's perspective on ham radio. But Mark was the one who contacted me initially, and he's involved with a very special program that I told him to tell you about. Mark?
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you, Carol, for all you do for the youth and the ICOM group as well. I'm WC3W. This year, I will have been in this wonderful hobby for 63 years. And I became a ham radio operator at 12 years old, and I had huge parental support. My dad and I sat down and built a 75-watt CW transmitter out of the ARRL handbook from scratch. This is not a kit. We bought resistors and capacitors and inductors, and we put it together, and I was on CW with another receiver, an RME 4300 receiver, for almost 5 years, exclusively CW. It was crystal controlled. I have been blessed. I was born and raised in Peoria, Illinois. I'm an electrical engineer. I am retired. I had the privilege of being an executive vice president for a corporation over North America. I traveled all over the world, and one of the things I did was traveling all over the world is I always tried to meet ham radio operators when I traveled. What I have learned about this hobby is we have an amazing demographic cut of people. We have so many interesting people, from doctors and surgeons to firemen to policemen.
Really good at it because of ham radio. So because of this hobby, he knows all the countries, all the capitals. So there are benefits. We just need to show them. Then we have the competitive world. I'm going to give a great example. We have high school. High school is really hard because of many reasons. One of them is competition. You have to wear the best shoes, the best pants. You have to be smart or have to be popular. You need to have money so people will like you. I'm sorry, this is not a good kind of competition. You're just trying to be better than the others, rub it on their faces, and then you will feel better about yourself. That is not good. Now let's give the example of ham radio. Inside this hobby, we have the example of a healthy kind of competition, because you're not only trying to win from the others, you're trying to win from yourself, and that's your biggest competitor. You will try to make everything you can so you can win. And how do you do that? Through focus and determination. For me, that is the biggest lesson ham radio can give to a teenager. So, you're not only trying to achieve your oldest records, you're not trying only to pass what you did last year, you're trying to achieve your own goals. You're trying to make yourself better. And that's a lesson that even life gives. Another obstacle is the lack of an open mind. Many teenagers, when they come home, they start looking at the phones. Okay, it's fine. They're tired. Let them have a rest. But what if they start doing this every single day? If they start looking at their phones every single afternoon, they will develop an addiction. So now they will stop doing homeworks, they will stop going out, having fun with their friends, stop doing sports, and that's bad for your physical and mental health. So we need to open this teenager's mind so they can see that the world is huge and has so much to teach. How can we do that? Ham radio, only by being a hobby, by having its existence, it can help. Because with a hobby, you have no longer an addiction. And this specific hobby has the capability of giving you pleasure and knowledge. So, when you open up your mind to try this hobby, you can learn new languages, learn new cultures. You can talk to somebody who's all the way across the world. And that's incredible because it will give you new perspectives. If you thought that the world was way X, maybe you saw that actually now it's way Y, that it's huge, and that you can learn things from it. It's not only being part of a
of a world who is focused on their phones, on the screen. We have to break this barrier because the screen doesn't let you see the world. The screen is a wall. We have to break it. So teenagers who are adaptable to this, who are willing to try new things, those are our public, our audience, who we need to try to attract to this hobby. Now, I'm going to talk a little bit about what motivates me, what made me come into this hobby. First of all, there is competition. I like to compete. I am competitive because I like to compete with my family and I like to compete against them. We have our own DX marathon, like Mark mentioned, and it is really fun. We have a restricted time to do it, a whole year of practice, and it is really fun. And teaches me how, with focus and determination, I can achieve anything I want in my life. So I also like that with all of this, I can also do my own DX marathon. Okay, I don't necessarily need to do only with my family. And I like it because it's a hard competition and it teaches you things. You are not only competing against the others, you're competing against yourself. To still be, I don't know, waking up at 5 a.m. because there is a specific country that I need to make 100 countries. Okay, so I'm going to wake up at 5 a.m. and do it. It's all about determination. Now, I also like the learning that I can receive from ham radio. I like that I have now school content benefits, that I can ask somebody that's Spanish to help me practice Spanish because I'm not really good at it. So it teaches me languages, it teaches me anything I want to learn. So I have new perspectives from the world. And that for me is really important because each person sees the world in a different way. And it's out there. You just need to try to see it. And it will never go away. You are just not there seeing it. And the last thing is the family part. Because ham radio is like our brand in our family. You know, there's Nike, that's Zara, and ham radio is our family's new brand. It's our thing. We are a team. We work together to win things. And if we lose together, it is also okay. Because when we are together, anything can go past us. Now, I'm gonna read this sentence for you guys. With focus and determination, you can achieve anything you want in your life. Sergio Almeida, that is my father. Papa 5 Juliet Radio. And he is right there sitting, and he always tells me when something is rough, something is very difficult. He always tells me that with focus and determination, you can achieve anything you want in your life. And that keeps me moving in the roughest times. And this lesson he learned from his father. So his father also taught him that anything can be achieved. You only need to want it. And ham radio also can teach you that. Now, how to attract the young. We need to find what they are attracted for, what they like to do. So if you know a woman who likes to compete, show them the contests. She will probably like it. Or, oh, I know this boy who is very shy. Show him that he can talk to somebody all across the world and he doesn't need to see this person. We just need to find what these people like and show them that it's possible to do it. So, to sum up, I think ham radio can be a great tool to go through adolescence. I think that ham radio can change people's lives. And I think it's very important, especially for a teenager. So we just need to show them. I want you guys to make a deal with a teenager you know, or a child. Anyway, tell them to try ham radio 3 times. Can be with you, can be with another person. But try 3 times. If the first time they liked it, try again. If they did even more, try again, because maybe in the 3rd time they will already have a call. So, what if this teenager I tried to show to him ham radio, but he didn't like it none of the 3 times? It's okay. Maybe in the close future he can try again. But all the matter is to try it at least once. Try it 3 times. And that's it, guys. Thank you very much for listening to me.
And she traveled all the way from Brazil to be here for this. Thank you so much, sweetheart. Oh, thank you. Again, wow, I just hope you're as impressed with these young speakers, and Juliana as well. That's terrific. Okay, again, we do a lot of this as things happen here in the Youth Forum. Before we start giving out all the prizes and stuff, again, out of respect for certain people's times, Ray Novak, could you please come up here? Unexpected as this might be. Wait up here a second, okay? And Lloyd, again, out of respect for their time, this is Lloyd and Ray Novak from ICOM. And I know I always embarrass Ray, but I always would like you to know that we go beyond decades. We were mere children when we got together. Way before you were with ICOM and way before a lot of things, this man said, I will always be here to support whatever you're doing with youth activities. Make sure we support the vendors who feel that. Okay, and the reason, again, out of respect for your time, if you want to say a few words, but I figured you were so gracious at the last minute I contacted Lloyd and Ray and said, does she know? No. Well, now she does. And I said, we have all these fabulous gifts for all my presenters. I said, what can we do to welcome Juliana, to show her our support from this country? And here, Ray, why don't you tell her?
Well, inside the backpack is also a jacket. And then Lloyd, come on, man, help out here. Oh, a dual band handheld, an ID 52. We have done this for all of the youth presenters this year. I think there's $50 gift certificate from the ARRL. So like Carol said, I've been in the amateur radio industry for 35 years. I've had 5 boys, none of which have their ham radio license because that's the reason why Dad's gone all the time. But my youngest one called me last night. He said, Dad, he's just got out of the Air Force. He's in signal intelligence. And he goes, Dad, all of my friends are getting their ham radio license. And I'm like, well, that is a sign. You need to get a ham radio license. Would you be mad at me? And I go, yeah, I will. Do not try any other brand. So hopefully I'll have him with me next year and he'll have his ham radio call sign. But thank you for what all you're doing. That's why I was real quiet at the table last night. Surprisingly, we sat at the same table last night at the DX dinner. So, but Carol, thank you for everything you do.
Thank you, Ray. Thank you, Lloyd. Thank you for your presentation, sweetheart. That's great. Okay, we did it. And the first group of prizes that we're going to give out, and Stan, I'm going to ask you for the certificates. Okay. Oh, well, you know what? While Ray is here, let them have the honor of giving out to each presenter. Look what ICOM has given them. A personalized backpack, a personalized jacket, and a radio. for each presenter. Personalized jacket. Okay. It's going to look like Christmas morning here soon when they start unpacking this bag. And we're also including an ARRL discount coupon for $50 to each presenter. You're going to get a lot of goodies in your backpacks. And from RCA, Stan is holding up the check. That's to go out and have a good time. $100 from the Radio Club of America for each presenter. And a certificate. Brianna, did you bring help? You have a U-Haul truck? Okay. There's also, let me grab this to show the audience. Okay. Beside the check, there's also, they get this really nice certificate from Radio Club of America. And now they are officially RCA Young Achievers. And all the benefits that go with that, plus these great 52A radios. Okay. Anderson, you did a great job before. Don't lose the check. Cameron. By the way, Jim and Angel, somebody came up to me before they agreed with you about his presentation about antennas, so kudos to you again. Okay, who have we got next? Elise? Katie. You've been a big winner today, and you are. Okay, Ian. Wait till they open these backpacks and see all the goodies that ICOM has for them in there. Plus, we from RCA and other organizations put a lot of things, we put them all in the bags for you so you didn't have to burden your dads and moms to carry it all. Okay, Lloyd? And again, be sure to stop by at the vendors that are supporting the youth. Okay? No. Okay, Ian, look up. Brianna, look up. You're being immortalized. And ICOM, you know, you have my attitude of gratitude. Oh, we love you right back. Big hand for ICOM. Thank you, guys. There's more. Well, we usually save that for the end. Okay, we're going to save this. This I told you, the ICOM 705 we're saving for the love audience. This is for adults only, and that's how we thank all of you for all the support. So let's hold off with that one, and let's make sure we give out all these other gifts, okay? All right, we're going to give out a few of these. These are the code practice oscillators that I used to use years ago. These are, of course, newer versions of them. But this is what we use to let the kids have fun Oh, and also learn Morse code. So that's what I used for all those years in the classroom. Again, if you win it and you want to know how to really use this effectively, be sure to contact me and I'll give you all the tips of how to make this be a fun thing. So let's start off giving 3 children, 3 youth. As we call. Okay, Ralph, who have we got?
Someone that had better eyes.
Somebody with better eyes. Is there anybody? Let's see. This has happened this weekend. Everybody passes it. Okay, we have Agnes, AD8IR. Agnes? The past. Okay, here comes Cecilia. I'm guessing a future amateur radio operator. Okay, you give this to Cecilia because I have an announcement to make about the next prizes, which will be with this. Oh, yes, yes. Oh, Ralph, do you want to make announcements about what Lance Cruz is doing? Who's going to be announcing that? Are you going to be announcing the Lance Cruz prizes? Cecilia, congratulations. We hope to see you next year as a young achiever here. Okay, now from the Lance Cruz, we have...
In the past, we had been getting gift cards from MFJ, and since they have faded out of the business, we have now just giving just plain cash out to the winners. So we've got 9 prizes, 5 for the adults and 4 for kids.
Yeah, this again is from our fabulous Lance Cruz Club, so supportive. And they usually work with MFJ people to give different gifts, so you'll just have to settle for cash this time. They did make the collection to give out prizes for the Youth Forum, which they support, but it's going to be cash. There's a novelty as a prize. All right, so how many have we got, and would you like to?
4 for the youth. First one is Alexander Anasina, KE8YBX. Youth. How much is it each? Okay.
Elise Cole, KD9ZSF. Oh, okay. Kale, as in the vegetable, she said. Okay, Elise, here you go.
Thank you.
And now what have we got? And this is $50? Okay, $50. Dominic Wagner. And this is all from the P-Cars Club that has been so incredibly supportive as well. Okay, Dominic, I have a feeling he's on the waiting list for an RCA Young Achiever presenter here. Okay, we recruit them early. Hi, sweetheart, come right on up. And is that it for the same thing? Okay. There's always karma at the Youth Forum. Elise Campbell, KE9 TYU. Come on up, Elise. Okay. There you go. You're welcome, sweetheart. And that was it? We got, what do we got now?
Cash money for the
How much is in those?
50, 50, 50, 50.
All right, so let's do the 50s. Okay, and this is for an adult. Okay, $50 for an adult. Steve Driver, N9BWT. All right, here comes Steve. And we have Sarah Goldschmidt, no call, and I'm going to add yet. Sarah? Oh, that's for a grandmother, absolutely. Okay, let me pass that one along. Okay, that's for Brianna's grandmother. Again, happy Mother's Day for her. They brought the whole family, which is fabulous. As Juliana and others have said, it's a family experience. That's terrific. Okay. And here is, as karma again, Peter Fry. Come on up, Dad. That's Cameron's dad. Okay, well deserved for all the parental support. There you go. And, okay. This is Nick, AC8QG. Well, the Wagner family keeps us alive and well. Come on up, Nick. Former president of PCARS. That's how you were vice president? Yeah, he was vice president when I was invited to go speak, and we've just been working together for years. Thank you for all you do, Nick. Okay, for an adult. Okay, oh, you hold that. Okay, here's a $100 in good old cash for Wayne Ray. Oh, another dad. This is the dad. You can keep this for yourself. That's Anderson's dad, Anderson, who gave the great presentation. Thank you. Okay, enjoy. Okay, now that's all from Lance Cruz, and let's have a hand for Lance Cruz. Okay, now the DX. Okay. Okay, we have a situation. We had $1,200 worth of DX engineering coupons to give out. We still do. But 2 of them were given out yesterday at the Instructors Forum. So one of the people who won one of those is right here, Angel, and he would like to say something.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much. And thanks to ICOM and Ray. Ray, if you was his brother, he'd be Ray. But thank you very much. Well, I was at the Instructors Forum yesterday, and I was honored to win this. I wanted to give it back, but you know, I'm going to go to the youth forums. So I said, Carol, can you please let me maybe donate this at the youth forum? So I'd like to know who is the youngest ham radio operator in here.
The Wagners may be bringing up an infant, so let's make it 5 years or older.
5 years older. Who is the youngest one? Not you, Bruce. Who's the youngest? Yeah, that sounds good to me. 5, 9. Come up here. Kilo Echo 2 Alpha India Zulu, Maggie, $100 from DX Engineering. Congratulations. Thank you, and congratulations being a hand so young.
Oh, thank you, Angel. Well, you're still young at heart. Okay, another situation we have, because of all the fabulous donated prizes, we're going to give out 5 $100 DX Engineering coupons. But you're going to have to work for it if you win it. It's inadvertently not here right now. And so what we're going to ask you to do is, if you win it, we're going to ask for your mailing address and your name. Please print it clearly. And they will be mailed by Monday to you. So fear not. And it's also instructions of how to redeem that coupon. Okay, DX Engineering. Let's start with 2 kids and 3 adults. These are $100 each. We have, okay, forgive me if I'm not pronouncing it, so let me say the call sign first. K9ZN. Okay. So I don't destroy the name. How do you say it?
Etienne.
Okay, Etienne. Oh, okay, great. Go collect it and fill out that information, please. Okay. And please fill it out clearly so we get that to you. Good idea. Evan, K-E-9-A-L-I. All right. And one more. And the rest of the adult. Ryan Bat. Come collect your winnings. Okay, here comes Ryan. He'll come up to collect that. And what do we got now? 2 more? And we'll do adults? Okay, 2 adults. And this is where you'll come up and just put your mailing address in. Fernanda Silva. Oh! PU5FDA. Happy Mother's Day. Just, oh, absolutely. Oh, how are we going to get this? We have to mail this? Oh, tell us.
For those of you that got the $100 DX Engineering gift certificates, if you go see Melanie, it's okay to say you, right? Is it okay to say you? She hung up on me. Anyway, if you go see Melanie with the $100 gift certificate, you can exchange that for an ICOM T10 dual band handheld. It's normally selling, I think, right around $200.
Okay, and that's it for DX. Have we got 5? 1 more. Okay, 1 more. Okay, Ellen. Oh, this must be Ian's mom. Oh, oh, young-looking grandma. That's Ian's mom. Okay, just give us your mailing address. And we're putting some more Heil Sound goodies into the presenters' bags. And I believe we're now ready for the big ICOM, right? Gentlemen? Okay, who's going to do the honors here?
So, by show of hands by the adults, raise your hand if you think we should throw all the adult names back in the box for the big radio. Oh, look at there. Majority rules. So we're going to put all the adult tickets back in the box. Cookie. Yes, ma'am. Come on up. So you get to draw. This is for the ICOM 705 radio. It's one. Ooh, it's a 2x1 call sign. The number in the call sign is a 3. Can I see the hands go up that their call sign is a 3? Alpha, Delta, 3, India. Yes, ma'am. Oh, I get to win a prize. Oh, this is even better. It goes for the STEM club.
We're aware of Vicky and all her good works as well. It's tears of joy, I know. Oh, you are so welcome. A big, big recruiter for ham radio. Okay. That's it. Okay. Again, from me to all of you, the love audience, this now concludes the 35th Youth Forum at Hamvention. So thank you. Thank you all.
Is this person in the room?
That's my friend. No.
Like now. Too hard. Too hard. Too hard.
Hey Jason, can you put on the headphones and let me know if the video is too loud?
Since I was 8 years old, and an amateur extra since I was
That's definitely probably too loud.
9. Now I'm 17, so doing the math.
Can you hear me tapping? All right, I'm gonna try it one more time.
That puts in about half my life I've been a ham, so it's been a long journey, but an exciting one.
Oh, let me just turn it down right here. Man.
And one filled with space from the very beginning. And I'm so glad that the very first
We're good to go.
Your video,
It's not screen share.
Okay.
I'll just, I think.
Well, because you should be able to say full screen to number 2. So it should be somewhere, it's possible to tell it which screen is the full screen.
I'm not worried about it. We'll just drag it over and full screen it, and I think he's gonna play it first, maybe. We'll find out. We'll get it working. We're good to go. Do you want to play this video first?
No, we're gonna play it. Try it. It works.
Yep.
Hi everyone, I'm Hope. November Delta 2.
It's working. We just have to. We can have Jason do it too. You just have to drag it over. Are you okay with that? Okay, I'll just leave it up just like this. Well, I'm gonna actually close this out. We'll subtract this. We'll click this. And looks like you have a. Oh, okay. So then, yep. So it's this thing right here. So you just
got it.
Click on it.
And then when do I move this over?
Whenever you want to play the video.
No, I'm talking about for a regular presentation.
A regular presentation. I don't understand the question.
If I start this up as a presentation, will it go right on the video, or do I have to move it over to the screen?
No. You'll just start start from slide, and it'll disappear.
Okay.
And then when you're done, you can just.
So when I'm not done, because I might be in the middle of this when I do the whole thing.
Yep. I'll just
minimize this and then open the other one up.
Yep. Bring it up. And Jason should be back there too, that he can help you. I don't know, at the very least. Raise your hand, Jason. So if you have runs issues, you can just ask him for sure. If I'm not here. I don't know why it's not in presenter mode, but I'll see if I can. Oh, it's because of this. Yes. I'm gonna close it out on them. There's your presenter mode. Yep. So, if you want to show it, you can just end the slideshow, and then you'll just click it and you drag it over.
I can just minimize the slideshow.
You can do that too. Yeah. Do you need a clicker? I don't know.
If you have one, that's fantastic. But if not,
I'll investigate if I can find you.
if we don't have it, that's all right too. Closer to the audience. Which reminds me. Can we surround? I don't know. That's a good question. Yeah, they both work. Okay. I just want to make sure they're not tied up. Yeah, that's right. That's what I want to make sure because I can get myself walking around, you know. Yes. Well, it will be. Dave might be live streaming this. Yeah, it is. So we can't go too far. Plus, I can get the very good. That's fine.
Okay.
So, welcome to the afternoon of day 2 at Hamvention. And I'm glad you're all here. This is where we want you to be. This is Frank Bauer, KA3HDO, in case some of you don't know, our Executive Director of ARAS.
And to my left and to your right is Rosalie White, K1STO. She's the ARAS liaison to ARL.
Take it away.
Okay, so let me ask a couple questions. How many of you have witnessed an ARAS contact or actually talked to the space station? Yes. Okay, there's a few of you that have not yet. How about, are there any educators in here that have been involved in an ARAS contact? Very good, very good. Okay, well, for those of you that don't know about us or have never experienced this, it's a tremendous opportunity. It's one of those things where you can't explain what it's like until you've actually felt it. And I mean feel it, because it's just amazing. ARAS stands for Amateur Radio on the International Space Station. Hey, Alan. The logo at the top left shows that we've been doing this on human spaceflight vehicles for 40 years. We're going to talk about that. We're celebrating our past this year and rocketing into the future. And so we've got a lot of things to talk about today. And so let's kick it off. So as I said, ARAS stands for Amateur Radio on the International Space Station. We provide opportunities for schools to actually talk to the astronauts on space station through amateur radio. They can be anywhere from kindergarten, we've had a 3-year-old actually at one point, all the way up to 16, in other words, college age students. And what our intent is to inspire, engage, and educate students on STEM careers and amateur radio and get them excited about both, to get themselves into our hobby and also to get them interested in the STEM, STEAM, the A is arts, because that's an important piece, especially for young children, but it is for everyone. It's a creative aspect that is important even in engineering design and scientific applications. We, as part of the lead up to the contact, we spend 4 to 6 months with them and make sure that they are doing an educational, a solid educational program, and the students will learn about all kinds of different things. You know, because it's space station, they learn about orbits, they learn about space communications, they learn about space exploration. They want to know what's going on space station. And they learn about radio science, radio technology, which is what the hams want to see, because we want to bring these youth into the core of amateur radio. And so the other part that we do is we serve as backup communications for the International Space Station when all else fails. Now, where have you heard that before?
And of course, at some point early on in our career as ARAS, NASA didn't really want to talk too much about how we were tertiary backup communications, but now they do. They're much more open about the fact that amateur radio is there just in case. Okay, next slide. Okay, got it up already, thanks. And of course, we also do things that the average amateur radio operator might enjoy doing, because we like to encourage lifelong learning. And it is thanks to programs like Packet and SSTV and that sort of thing that we have sponsors that can help us pay for those activities. And you can see some of those up here on the screen. Very important. Some of you in here know who you are. A lot of the individual donors plus our groups up here. And in fact, we just got a nice donation from QCWA just 2 days ago.
Yes, thank you, I can't talk. Quarter Century Wireless Association. All right. So our primary initiatives, if you haven't figured it out by now, is actually STEAM and STEM education. But we can't do that without an infrastructure of spaceflight hardware. And so we have an engineering team, and we have an operations team, spaceflight operations. And so our volunteers primarily compose all of that, plus all the other things we need to do as a 501c3 nonprofit to keep us alive and growing and healthy.
And of course, our numbers, that's very important to our sponsors. It's one of my jobs is to track the numbers. So I know my team gets really tired of me saying, well, how many people were here and how many people were there? But the numbers shows you through the years how many, we were the very first payload on the ISS. And that's a pretty cool thing to say. Within 2 weeks' time of the ISS opening the doors to people, they had the station set up and running and raring to go. And we do about 60 to 100 of the contacts per year, and that's worldwide. So the U.S. actually gets a little more percentage than the other countries just because we have more schools that are ready to go. And over 1,600 contacts have been done with schools since 2000. And we reach about 40,000 to 200,000 kids engaged in some way each year. Most of our schools involve every kid in the school. It's one of our preferred requirements. And 12 to 15 million witness the contacts because of social media. A lot of times the schools stream the activities during the contact on their Facebook and Twitter. And then, of course, the recording's available afterwards, too. And Frank, you want to talk about the in-kind volunteer?
Yeah, we have you all know this, we have an international worldwide network of volunteers, and we put a lot of hours in on this. You can just ask Charlie Safana how many hours he puts in, HA9N.
Yeah, I think we should have
any of our volunteers in here, please stand up.
If you help with the school
that
contact.
includes all the ones in the front, too.
And
anyone that, yeah, exactly. Anybody that's helped. Very good. Keep going. Yeah, internationally, it's really cool to see. We get the equivalent of about $5 million worth of in-kind support from our volunteer team, as well as some of the other in-kind capabilities we get from different organizations.
And do we know anybody in South Dakota that works with the school? We have not had a South Dakota school yet.
Yeah, we need to get South Dakota so we can get this map in the United States all green. So anybody knows anybody in South Dakota that can talk to a school and get us in there, we'd love to make that all green.
Yeah, go up there and live for 6 months.
And then you can look at worldwide how many different countries around the world have actually made contacts. It's pretty amazing.
And then more numbers. This shows you kind of through a whole year the kinds of numbers we see. We track students. We even track students down to, like, is it K4? Is it 5.8? Is it graduate students? Is it pre-service teachers? And indirect is if someone is not at the actual contact but sees the recording, watches it live. And then educators, direct and indirect. And then the public who also watches. So we do track those numbers. NASA wants to know. ISS National Lab wants to know. Our sponsors want to know. So there's the kind of the breakdown of the number of schools and number of states again. And as you can see, the kinds of contacts we've done, children's hospitals, we've done it all. I mean, if you can come up with something really new, that's fine. We'll consider it. But we do a lot of science museums, that kind of thing.
And AX2, the NIH contact, is kind of a different one because it's with the Axiom crew, and we'll talk about Axiom in a little bit. But that is a group that is an organization that's building their own space station, commercial space station. And so you see, we're almost 250,000 people were engaged last year, directly or indirectly.
Back to that one?
Yeah. So relative to the contacts, since January last year till now, we've done about 120 school. Not about. We did 120. Then the Space Mir, and now the International Space Station. We've been space agencies as they move from vehicle to vehicle, and we're going to continue to do that as we move forward. And that's kind of the rocketing in the future preview.
So one of the things we did at Florida at our celebration was to honor all the activities, the types of activities that have been done all these years. We had a lot of panel sessions that specialized in certain topics. And so you can see some of the photos here of the history of how it all got started, some with the education, some with the astronauts, how education grew over time, and just everything that powered ARIS up through the 40 years.
Then we had 6 astronauts. One had to get a personal situation, but you know, we had people like Richard Garriott. We had Ken Cameron, who was the first person to have a full licensed crew on the space shuttle. We had Bill MacArthur and Mike Fink, tremendous operators. Some of you, how many of you talked to one of those? Anybody? Yes. Yeah. Oh, Keith's here. Yes, definitely. And then we had Nicole Stott, who brings the arts into this space program. And at the top, the first person that talked on the radio was Owen Garriott. The second one was Tony. Tony is the virtual for this event.
And their favorite part of their session was telling things that NASA didn't know that they did on their missions.
Was that the astronauts did in that session too. Things that we didn't know they did too.
They were pretty funny.
Yeah.
And they said, well, you know, it's been 10 years now.
Yeah. So we also had some tours of the NASA facility. We had this at the Kennedy Space Center. We were actually in the Center for Space Education at the Kennedy Space Center. And one of the things that's on the tour, if you ever go down there, is radio, which you can see at the top middle, the HT that he used on his flight. Lots of friends, even some extraterrestrial friends, as you can see in the middle. And several of us saw at least one launch. Some of us saw more launches. The coolest aspect of this one is Dave Taylor from our group took this SpaceX video while we were out there watching it. And if you can see a little bit of yellow and an arrow on there. That's actually where we are from a rocket's point of view. That's really cool. We also had a gala dinner under the Saturn V rocket there at the Kennedy Space Center. And actually, we had not only our own team there, but we had some interesting other people there. Some extraterrestrial visitors from a galaxy far, far away. As part of the 501st Squadron came in. They're volunteers too, by the way. And this is one of my favorite pictures. One of our educators, his daughter Tater, he did this picture with her, and actually this is, you know, from a New Hope, and it actually shows what we're trying to do with amateur radios, bring new hope into the amateur radio community by bringing all these youngsters, if you will, into the amateur radio hobby. So I just want to say a couple words, and I'm going to turn it over to our Director of Education, and that is our ARIS 2.0 vision. Some of you have probably heard about this. It's the ability to inspire, educate, engage students as well as lifelong learners. How many lifelong learners do we have in this room? Everybody should be. We're always learning something new. That's what the whole idea of amateur radio is. And so, you know, having these additional educational capabilities available, making the systems available 24/7, utilizing them on different platforms, the International Space Station, commercial vehicles, lunar orbiters, going from low Earth orbit into deep space also, to try to have all this capability out there. And so we have a lot of initiatives underway, like the expansion with Axiom on commercial space flights, and then the extension of amateur radio from an educational perspective. And I'm going to turn it over to our brand new Director of Education, Tanya Anderson, and let her take over. Push down.
Hi, I'm Tanya Anderson. I am new. I've been in this position for about 8 months now. I started in August. So I am actually an educator. I've been in the classroom for 20 years. The last 16 years I've been teaching junior high science in Illinois. So, we've done a lot in the last 8 months that I've been the Director of Education. I held my contact back in 2014 with my own school, and I've been involved in other projects, but coming to ARIS, it kind of combines all of my passions of education and space exploration, amateur radio. And so we've made some improvements or additions to the education program. We want to make this more than just about that 10-minute contact. So one of the first things we did is we're now accepting our proposals for the education contacts 4 times a year. So you can see up here, it kind of shows the chart of all the different proposal windows and when those contacts are going to happen. So it's usually about 4 to 6 months after those proposals are accepted. This is also allowing us to give education institutions more personalized feedback. So if they submit a proposal that's not accepted, we can engage with them and say, this is what we'd like you to strengthen in your proposal, and then encourage them to resubmit that proposal. I've started a monthly educational update newsletter. Some of you may be receiving these emails from me, and what we're trying to do with this is we're trying to stay engaged with the schools after their ARIS contact. So we do all this work with these schools and these educators the 4 to 6 months leading up to this contact, and then it was like, okay, bye, thanks for playing. And we're like, no, we want them to stay involved with the amateur radio community. And so that's the point of these educational updates. The team of educators I work with, we have about 25 educators on our education committee, and they help come up with things to put in these educational updates. So we also have educational ambassadors. So when an organization is chosen for an ARIS contact, they receive a technical mentor, but they also receive an ARIS educational ambassador. And this was something that was started before I joined the ARIS team, but we're really working on having those education ambassadors and the technical mentors increase communication and really be a strong support network for our organizations that are holding their contacts. We have established an educational partnership with Estes Rockets, so that happened around the 40th anniversary. I'm very excited about this partnership. Estes Rockets shares some of the same passions that ARIS does as far as STEM education and reaching our youth. So they are promoting our education and our curriculum, and then we are hosting their lesson plans and their curriculum on our websites. We're also attending some educational conferences together. So it's a great partnership. We're all trying to share the same message with our youth. We are in the process of updating the ARIS website. If any of you have ever been to our website, I know it's not the easiest thing to work through right now, but we are working on it. That's one of my goals for this summer. And so we have updated the educational resources on our website. It shows our Sparky radio kit. So if you stop by the table, you see all the pieces to our radio kit there that we provide training for educators, and then we send them home with this radio kit. So all of the lessons are up on our websites. We also have lessons and curriculum from some of our educational partners like NASA and ESA, and so all of that is available on our website. So it's kind of one-stop shopping for educators. So we did hold a mini Sparky workshop. So Sparky is our radio kit for our educators. So we held a mini workshop. Usually the workshop is 2 days long. We bring educators in and teach them all about our lessons and how to use the radio kit. So we did it in about 2 or 3 hours at the 40th celebration, but what made this workshop special was we had educators from all over the world. So we had educators from Italy and Japan attend our workshop because we're trying to share this curriculum with not just educators in the US, but worldwide. And then, like Rosalie said, we had several educator panel sessions during the 40th, and we had a lot of our education volunteers talk about the impact that the ARIS contact had on their school community and them personally. And we, Frank and I actually just were in DC. We are working with the Tuskegee Airmen Youth Program. We were working with some of their educators, and in August, we are going to help them do a large-scale youth event where we're going to teach some of our lessons from the Sparky kit. We're going to teach them about waves and frequencies and software-defined radio, so that's going to be very exciting. And then also, if you stop by our table, you see our little robots on our table. That's our space tele-robotics using amateur radio. And so the whole point of these robots is they are supposed to simulate what rovers on Mars, how. So our robots can work with Bluetooth, they can work with Wi-Fi, and then APRS using our mission control software. And that little gray box you see on the top, that has a CubeSat SIM board in it, and so it takes slow scan television pictures. So our students can move the robot, then take a slow scan image and figure out where they want to move next, just like the rovers really do on Mars. So they have to learn a little bit of patience because, you know, those slow scan images take a little bit to come through. So it's kind of teaching them what it really takes to move a robot in outer space.
Thank you, Tanya. Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit about Axiom, which is part of our ARIS 2.0 initiative. And why are we doing this? They're the first commercial company to fly private astronaut missions to space station. They've actually flown 3 of them right now. We're working on the 4th one with them at this point. The important part of this, though, is they're building modules that are going to attach to space station, and then if at some point in the future, because in 2030 NASA is saying that they're going to decommission space station, we'll see, because they've said that before on other dates. But if they do, whenever they do decommission, the modules that Axiom is flying will have propulsion and power, and they can operate independently of the International Space Station. In other words, be their own space station. So we're working with them, and we're working with other industry partners that are building commercial space stations, because NASA's going to get on those vehicles, and others are going to get on those vehicles, and we need to learn the business model of how to do this, okay? And the earlier we start, the more our potential for being a solid organization that's part of their infrastructure. The sooner we can do that, the better, the higher the chances of that happening, okay? So as of right now, I mentioned they're the commanders, you know, Mike L.A. also working actively with Axiom on Axiom Flight 4, which is right now planned for April of next year.
Follow Grace and Frank and robots that are at our table today. So, but let's give it a shot here. This past year, we were kind of very busy, and we were working with the Student Mission Control Board for the kids, right? And basically what it was going to be is a board that's going to go up in the space station, connect to a Raspberry Pi, and be able to bring off sensor information. Well, we developed in UK that's been helping with this on a fairly regular basis, and we've done a really, really good job on it. And then the last couple of months or so, when we were getting ready to send it for flight, it became whack-a-mole, and that was pretty difficult. Even after we delivered it, I hand-delivered it December 22nd, right before Christmas, to the bonded area, and thought, we're done with this, right? We're done. Then in January, Frank and everybody started receiving emails from engineering saying, hey, you got to do this and this and this, and it's like, oh no, that can't be true. You said we signed off on this. So this is really what we've been doing for the past year with NASA, trying to get things certified. And it actually started with when we took it through some tests a little over a year ago in December 22. We found out that we were causing some interference. They thought we were before in the past, back in 2017-18. And we weren't sure about that, but we ran our own test, and sure enough, we were causing some significant issues on. And so we are going to have a filter put into this. So the problem is that ham TV was developed by the Italians, and they use these military connectors to connect everything up, right? And during COVID, those connectors were very, very hard to get. Matter of fact, we tried to get them. They're 3 years out to get them, and we were hosed. We didn't know what we were going to do about that, right? And after doing some research, I think it took us almost 2 months to figure it out, actually. We were scrounging around for cables, and that purple cable in the middle, we hijacked from the Italians, and we have to thank them for letting us borrow it because we're going to have to return it. But we took that cable, and we were able to get a filter and work with this. Well, so we have a really nice filter, this Furrion filter that is now up on the space station. Just don't tell NASA it came from off of a tailgate off of a pickup truck, because we were trying to find things. But it was pretty cool, and it's a really good filter. We actually tested 3 different filters. We bought one that was a commercial one that was brand new, and it was an 8-pole one. It was a little bit better, not tiny bit better, but it had about almost 2 dB of loss more than this filter did. And we're like, okay, no, we're going to go back to this. And then our UK brethren, they actually said, well, let's try to get one for you too. So they had one that was commercially made over in the UK. They shipped it over to us, and we tested it. It wasn't as good as this one, so we ended up going with this one, right? So that actually was really pretty good. And then we had to 3D print the in-housing for it, which you saw on the previous slide there. And now we are in the middle of, now that we've got, just kind of stepping forward a little bit, we've got the ham TV up on this space station. It hasn't been installed yet, and that's going to happen in the next month or so. But we are also going to hook it up to a newer camera. They have new HDMI cameras up on the space station today, and so we're going to input to those because we're using one of their RCA cameras that they have up there with the composite video. But we're also going to interface it to a Raspberry Pi too, so we can send pictures up and send pictures out with the Raspberry Pi too. So that's going to be pretty cool because they're not going to have the video cameras on all the time on the space station, right? But they're only going to be on during school contacts, pretty much, I think, is how they're going to use the video from up there. This is a picture of the antennas on the space station. This is Columbus up here, but you can see antenna number 41 is our ham TV. It's a patch antenna. It has about 7-8 dB of gain on it, facing back down towards Earth here. Well, while we were working on the hardware with ham TV, we did continue to work with the software on the student virtual mission control, and part of that software was to control the radio remotely that we have up there today. So on this station today, we have several Kenwood 700, 710 radios, and the 710s are running APRS and also the crossband repeat at this point in time. So we actually have a Raspberry Pi figured out now and how to control the radio remotely. And so we can do lots of things with it. We can control the settings for either setting into crossband repeat, we can do APRS, and we can also do a telemetry with digital under voice. So as a crossband repeat is working, we can actually send telemetry back down too and decode that, which is really cool. And so Chris Thompson did that. He did a really good job on that. So one of our things that we were doing for ARIS 2.0 was to think about the future. And back in 2019, designers came up from AMSAT and ARIS and the team to work on a package called Caviar. And this was going to be going on the future for the Lunar Gateway. So the Lunar Gateway is a spacecraft that will be going around the moon, and it's going to be in their L2 orbit, which is actually behind the moon itself. And the way that it was envisioned was it would have patch panel antennas on it, and it would have a camera, and it would be using the 5 and dime, which I think AMSAT will probably talk about here in a little bit, but it would be using a 5 gigahertz up and 10 gigahertz down. And we actually, after we got done working on the ham TV back in January this year, we thought, well, maybe we can make and do a small design for our 40th anniversary, and so we targeted to working on that for February, and we actually got half of it completed, and we did show it off at the anniversary, which is really pretty cool. But since then, our engineering team has done a lot of work seeing if we could get 5 gigahertz up and 10 gigahertz down, and being able to do multi-modes. So today we can actually do voice, SSTV, telemetry. We can do the PACSAT capabilities. And that's it up here right now, up here on this, up in front of you over here, is Caviar, and it's fully functional. We also have a ground station too. It's at our booth, and if you guys are interested, after the meeting here, after we get done, we can go over and I can demonstrate or show you how that works. We also have a session at 2 o'clock for the youth, so if you want to attend that session too, you're more than welcome to do that too. So that'll give you a little bit of time. So you can go to the AMSAT right after us, and then at 2 o'clock you could actually come see a demonstration of Caviar. But its intentions is to go on the Lunar Gateway, either on the Habitat or Logistics module. We're still working with NASA on that. Their engineers are still trying to decide what's best and where to place this at, so we're still involved with that here. But we had like 3 phases with it. Our first phase was using 3 SDRs inside of the Caviar and 6 antennas on it. So we 3D printed Caviar, and we have the 5 gigahertz antennas there you can see, and that worked very, very well for demonstration purposes that we were shown at the 40th anniversary. We had 2 different pieces of software. We had a GUI that you can just touch a button to change it and modes and everything with it. And then we also have the capabilities of going to telling it which direction that you're receiving a signal. So the awesome thing about this is that it can be spinning, and it'll automatically switch to whatever antenna is the best antenna to Earth. And a really good demonstration of that was at our 40th anniversary when we had one of the NASA administrators there that Thursday evening when the lander landed, the U.S. landed, Intuitive Machines landed their lander on the moon. And unfortunately, it landed on a rock. It was tilted 30 degrees. And the antennas, they couldn't receive it. And the amazing thing was, and the administrator actually, I heard the comment was, he was wishing he was back at headquarters or someplace else where we could actually be seeing what's going on. Phil, one of our amateur radio operators and one of my engineers from the UK, works at Goonhilly. He was able to log into Goonhilly, and we were able to put up on the screens and be able to see the streams of data coming from the lander. It was just amazing to see that, right? Because at the same time while we're seeing the data, we could actually see in Intuit Machines mission control them saying that they couldn't contact it yet. They couldn't hear it, right? But we knew it was alive. And so it was really pretty impressive, I think, at that time, showing and demonstrating something like that. Plus then saying to the concept like, yeah, hey, if you would have had 6 antennas on the side, you might not have this problem. We could have automatically figured out which way was Earth. Maybe, so we'll see. So we had 3 different phases, and I'll just back up one slide here. So the second phase, is it up on the screen? Nope, that's 3. Yeah, the second phase, as you can see, that green board in the middle there. So we had 3 SDRs inside of this to get the 6 channels. We reduced it down to 1 SDR, and then we put in an 8 gigahertz switch inside of it, which actually went up to 10 also. And it does perfectly. So today in that Caviar, we have a gigahertz switch in it, which is switching between all the different antennas and checking everything out. And then we added in the capabilities of going 10 gigahertz, and it is fully operational at this point. So the middle part actually has some fans in it because we got to keep it cool on Earth, but we might not need that up in space, of course. And this was just kind of a screenshot of the antennas. It detected automatically which direction Earth is and your ground station, the capabilities of that. We have the PACSAT capabilities built into this too. We're fully operational with PACSAT, so we can send messages up and down, and we can look at the telemetry too. Here's a shot of this telemetry screen, which is really cool. And we can also do slow scan TV too with it today, which is really nice. So it's pretty exciting. It's kind of exciting where we're going with this, and we're debating about trying to do an experiment maybe on the ISS first before we get out to the gateway. So we're considering that at this point in time. And I think that's it. I'll turn it back to Frank.
Thank you, Randy. And just so you understand, if you look at the Caviar, the Earth moves around in virtual. If you're at the moon, the Earth moves around it once a month. That's why you want to have it like that. All right, so our next speaker is Jim Reed, who's going to talk about our social media.
Randy's like, it's hard to follow Tanya. Follow the guy that's got to put something on the lunar orbit. Try that for a second. Hi, everybody. I'm Jim, N4BFR, and I do the social media for Eris. what do we do on social media? Well, we're really focused in 5 areas, right? We want to educate you and other people on the work of the educational groups are doing. So everything that Tanya's groups are doing, we want to make sure the word gets out. We also want to make sure that we're telling you all the operational things. So if the radios are going to be out for progress undocking, we want you to know when that's going to happen, because you don't want to be standing out in the middle of the field going, why can't I hear the ISS, right? So that's a great reason to follow us. We're sharing the ERA story as well, telling about our sponsors and fundraising and those kind of things. We're also engaging people. So we're asking, hey, what kind of radios do you use? I saw a great example of this is somebody posted the other day, hey, I got a Baofeng that allows me to track the pass as it goes on. So right on the front of the screen, he's custom programmed it so he can track the ISS as it passes along. Sharing those kind of things is really cool. And then we're talking about special activities as well, and I'll show you some examples of that real quick. So here's educational proposals. Every time there's a window, we've got multiple reminders. When contacts are upcoming, you want to be able to listen to them. Almost all of them are live streamed these days, so you can jump on and do that. I mentioned the operational activities, including SSTV events. This worked really well for when we did the special holiday SSTV event on the repeater. We could looking for that full Today Show video. Check ERA Social and get your phones out, because there'll be a link to ERA Social in a second. But 50,000 impressions for ERAS from that Today Show video. That is something really terrific for us. And talking about things like 40th anniversary and other times that people do stories on us. Engagement. Do you want to know more about how to get involved with our events? Houston, we have a podcast. NASA does podcasts. NASA writes articles. Or we're coming out to different places, right? We're going to be at Huntsville. We're going to be wherever. You can find out where we're going to be. ISSRDC is coming up, and Tanya's team is going to be out there as well. As far as special events go, we astronaut, and they both got Estes rockets. If you want to see an astronaut act like a kid, see them with an Estes rocket, because they're like, oh, well, I got the SLS. Well, I got the Falcon 9, and I could see them the next day going off and shooting these things up, no problem. Right now, other things we're trying to think about doing here, like I said, like, share, follow. We could love to use more videos, right? So right now, we're able to do 1 video a week, maybe a little bit, maybe 2 a month. We just did this space chat video, and it's just a 30-second audio clip from a recent contact. We were on a normal month, a single post gets about 2,100 views. This video alone is approaching 10,000 views. Now, part of that is thanks to NASA astronauts retweeting us, but part of it is just videos get more engagement. So if you're out and shooting a video of your contact, tag us in Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, wherever you're at, and we'll be glad to take a look at that, potentially reshare it. If you like to edit video as a hobby and maybe want to cut some things down for us, come see me after. I'd love to talk to you about volunteering. We have a whole list of volunteers we're looking for ERAS. So if you're ever interested in getting more engaged with us, come see us. And you don't have to be a tech nerd, right? You can be an administrative person or work with the teachers or whichever one you want to do. But think about volunteering with us as well.
This is Isaac. What activities do you do to relax in space? Over.
Well, this is one of the activities I do to relax. It's nice to talk to people outside the space station for a chance, and I get to talk to you guys today, so this is relaxing. I like to go look outside the window. I like to take pictures. I probably got close to maybe 100,000 pictures at this point that I've taken, trying to capture the beauty of the space station inside and out. Over.
Pretty straightforward. He likes to talk to people. He loves to do ERAS while he's up there, which is really what we want to hear, right? That's the important part. Okay. We want you to follow us, and here's an easy way to do that. We are on Facebook, X, Instagram, YouTube, Mastodon, LinkedIn, Reddit, Threads, and Blue Sky. So, if that's too hard to remember, if you have a platform that you like that that we're not covering, let me know. But if pick one. We really post the same thing in just about on every platform, so pick one or pick them all, whichever one you want. Probably the most active forums are X and Facebook. So if you could help us out with a follow, we would really appreciate that. And I'm going to turn it back to Frank for the summary, and I guess we probably got time for a little Q&A.
Yeah, we do. All right, so you all heard what we're doing this year. It's been breathtaking to watch this team, do all of the things we've done this past year, whether it's education, engineering, operations. And I want to thank everyone again for your interest in coming to this forum, but also, your volunteerism, those of you that have supported us over the years, and both from a volunteer support, but also any kind of donations. We're always looking for donations. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Rosalie for any other parting comments.
Again, just to thank you for all your support over the years, and you had faith in us, and the people who donated put their trust in us to use their money in a good way, and we appreciate you, every one of you.
All right, so are there any questions? Oh boy, go ahead. So he's asking, where can he get resources that have satellite operations experience to help him and in his state to grow this further? I think, we can kind of help you. The AMSAT community, they're our partners in all of this too. They're our sponsors. They potentially have individuals that could help you. Probably start with us as well as AMSAT and work that to try to make it happen, okay? There was another question? There's two of them. Yes. What do you need to prepare for Ham TV? We do have a website available now. Randy, look on social media. It's on social media. So go there, and we have a website that provides instructions on how to do that. And we are going to be looking for stations around the United States for that. Yes. Okay, so he's asking what radio we use for the school contacts and the percentage of direct versus telebridge. Direct telebridge is about 60% direct, 40% telebridge, of that order. Relative to the radio, come to the Eris booth in building 3, and you can see the exact replica. It's not just a replica, it is our flight test. I'm sorry, I said 3. 4, the Volta building. Let me get it straight. 4, the Volta building. We're in there as you come in the double doors, and you can see the actual radio. It's the interoperable radio system that we have, and we use that one in the Columbus module. We have another one in the service module, and we can use either one of them for the school contacts. Okay? Yes. Let me say that we can handle all of that. So he was asking about that our proposal has English, and it's focused mainly in English. That's true over the United States for the most part, although we have done some Spanish contacts. But we are doing this internationally, and so schools, depending, sometimes the education part for like a school in Sweden is to learn English enough to be able to do it. But a number of times when an astronaut that is in the home country, we end up doing a lot of schools in that home country because it's their native language. Okay? Any others? Okay, I've got a 3-minute video of Hope Lee could not make it, and then we're done because it's 10 after. Hope Lee could not make it, so she generated a nice little video. Those of you that know Hope, I got to move this over.
Hope was at our forum last year, and you probably know them from the young gals who do the satellite contacts. So she's now in university, and she wanted to be here, but she couldn't, so she did a little video for us. And she came down to Florida for our 40th and gave a little talk too.
Hi everyone, I'm Hope, November Delta 2 Lima. I've been a ham since I was 8 years old and an amateur extra since I was 9. Now I'm 17, so doing the math, that puts in about half my life I've been a ham. So it's been a long journey, but an exciting one and one filled with space from the very beginning. And I'm so glad that the very first contact when I was first licensed in 2015, that I made over an amateur radio satellite, it has opened a whole new world to me, opened up a community, and inspired me to love space and engineering as much as I do.
But what was lacking for me was the connection to human spaceflight. And I didn't really get this connection until in 2021. I was a camper at the first YOTA in Region 2, and I was selected as an ARIS participant. And so for the first time, I was able to see everything fall into place, talking to someone who was actually living and working in space, living my dream. And it was like everything I'd learned about and come to love about technology, radio, engineering, and the people that I've met along the way in my journey, it all came together and it all led to a future in space. And I really loved this feeling and I wanted to share it with other students, which is why I thought it'd be a really great idea to go on the other side of an ARIS contact. Not yet as the astronaut, but at least as an organizer for other students to be able to have this same feeling and this same opportunity. So as a new student at Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University last fall, I joined the Amateur Radio Club on campus, which I later became president of, and our ARIS proposal was accepted. We were so excited, so we started to build our own antennas, and we spent tons of meetings learning how to set up and use all the equipment so that we could hopefully have a successful direct contact with the ISS. Also in preparation, several middle schools and also elementary schools were involved, and we got to visit their classrooms several times as a club to teach them everything about radio, electronics, satellite, rocketry, physics, even space arts, because we wanted to connect with as many students as possible. And then early this April, we were so excited to bring the students to our campus and to hold a successful and memorable ARIS contact. And after all this, what else could you expect? Of course, I want to be an astronaut one day, and one day to be on the other side of an ARIS contact, inspiring other kids to get into amateur radio and to love space exploration as much as I do. Everything I'm working on today, including schoolwork, which is why I'm not with you at the Hamfest, is with this goal in mind. And my studies to become an electrical engineer and one day a medical doctor are with this future in mind. And as a part of my training so far, I have been able to attend 2 analog Mars missions, both at the Mars Desert Research Station, which is in Utah, and I was a part of the first high school cruise ever to go there. I designed this station's amateur radio station, and I also got to perform research on a radio mesh network for use on Mars. Additionally, I am going to attend a lunar analog mission in Poland, this time at the Analog Astronaut Training Center, and this is with my crew from Project Possum. Now, if you don't know what they do, it's kind of awesome. I trained with them for human spaceflight on a suborbital mission, working in pressurized IVA suits. I learned all about space physiology. We underwent hypoxia training, zero-G and high-G 'G" flights, as well as a suborbital mission simulated. And after all this, what else could you expect? Of course, I want to be an astronaut one day, and one day to be on the other side of an ARIS contact, inspiring other kids to get into amateur radio and to love space exploration as much as I do. Everything I'm working on today, including schoolwork, which is why I'm not with you at the Hamfest, is with this future in mind. And as a part of my training so far, I have been able to attend 2 analog Mars missions, both at the Mars Desert Research Station, which is in Utah, and I was a part of the first high school cruise ever to go there. I designed this station's amateur radio station, and this is with my crew from Project Possum. Now, if you don't know what they do, it's kind of awesome. I trained with them for human spaceflight on a suborbital mission, working in pressurized IVA suits. I learned all about space physiology. We underwent hypoxia training, zero-G and high-G 'G" flights, as well as a suborbital All of this is for my future in human spaceflight. It's a huge dream of mine. It's my future that all began with my first QSOL and began with all of you. So thank you. Enjoy the Hamfest in 73.
So we thought we would end the ARIS activity with that wonderful video, and to show that ARIS is moving, our next generations are starting to really move out. You heard from Grace, you've heard from Hope, and there's many others that have been doing this, moving out and actually becoming integral into amateur radio as well as into ARIS. So expect Hope to be on space station or some other commercial space station or some lunar mission in the future. With that, everyone have a great rest of the day. 7 threes.
What's the order for today? Okay. It's going to be me, Nick, Jerry, which is a video, okay, and then you, okay, and then Frank, and then Bo. Okay, so I'm having the volume has been super loud. Yeah, and I think I don't know if I can adjust the volume, but okay. So this is their computer, right? I believe so. Yeah, I can actually, I'm doing a minimal demo, so I could probably put my slides. I want to do, let's see, what is it? Okay, I've got on here, and I've got this. So, because I'm C to HDMI, is that the HDMI switch down there? It is. Okay, so can I disconnect this one? And then plug it or disconnect it down there? You can try. Okay. I don't know. I wish you the best of luck. Display. It was really loud, obnoxious. So I don't know if it's a separate control for that. Down a little bit. It was double the volume when we tested it. Okay, gotcha. So we already turned it down. Yeah, their problem may have been how they had it set up. Do you want to set this computer down here? Let me ask. Are you doing a slide presentation? Okay. They're going to use that, so I'll just have mine off to the side and do it because I got 4 or 5 other people after me. Okay. I'm going to give a short thing, and then I'm going to show a video.
Okay, let's just, is it okay for some laptop?
Yes, that's
put your closet first.
Mine? Sure. Yeah, there's one over by my, I had a case. There's no case there, so it was all by itself. Okay, there was a black case for my laptop. Well, no, I actually put it somewhere. No, I had it right there. No, there it is over there. I'm sorry. That's okay. I'm getting old. No, I'm trying to make sure you know. Okay, so this one. Is it okay if I set this down here?
It says you need to allow access to Microsoft 360 account. Maybe just try to allow access. You might need to pull out your USB drive.
Because I walked away from my phone.
So that's. Okay. Yes. You'll have to insert your USB drive again when you go to present to you. I didn't copy the presentation, so just you have to put it back in. I'll just copy the desktop. I think we have a few minutes. Or unless this is mine. You didn't close it. Oh, you didn't close it. We just leave it up. Yep. As long as you don't close it, it's fine. Okay. All right. Just do a hot swap with the HDMI cable. Yes. With the same laptop. Yep. Hopefully, like you said, all the presentation on this laptop, right?
Besides, I've got a video I'm playing and my initiative.
Besides, it's all your own on that laptop.
Okay. So we're going to do And that for those that ask about Geo, I'm sorry, we can't plan for that. We can only hope. But we want to be ready in case that opportunity arises. And then once we figure out where we want to go and what we want to do when we get there, then we need to figure out how do we make it happen. Funding, you let us worry about that. We'll find the money if we don't have it already. But we want to know, how do you want to operate as an operator, and what new innovation, what can we do to help advance amateur radio and amateur radio in space? Okay, this is my promises kept. So our motto when I first joined AMSAT was keeping amateur radio in space. Well, we haven't launched since Fox 1E, and we should be launching in the next few years.
the golf stuff. So right now we've got our own satellites. We've got AO7, which thank God has been up there for 50 plus years and still working. But we've got 91 that for most days, if it feels like it, it works great. But we need to continue that presence in a sustainable fashion. So hopefully Fox Plus will do that for us, and we'll keep our promise to you to keep amateur radio in space. Another thing is, you know, some of our greatest accomplishments, starting with AO6 and AO7 all the way through AO40, was done when we worked together around the world. So when we launch a satellite, it's not just for the U.S. It's not just positioned, parked over the U.S. and only for U.S. operators. It flies around the world. So to me, collectively, around the world, we should be working together to come up with the solution. So over the past couple of years, we've been working on establishing the policies and the procedures that will allow us to return to an international collaboration. So we're going to be working with our other AMSAT organizations, or it could be a university over in another country, whatever it takes. But I think together we can do a lot better. Hey, and that's the end of my section. So let's get Nick up here to start plugging yours in. Any questions so far? Right here. On Green Cube 117, I think it's about an hour and a half. Yeah, so you got 10 minutes versus an hour and a half, and when we get up to EO, they're going to be about 10 hours or so. Who here has worked a HEO satellite? How long did you get on a pass? Yeah. So the higher up we go, obviously the better, the bigger the footprint. On GEO right now, there is the European Space Agency, and you tell me when you're ready, Nick. Oh, let's see. We got to get you plugged into here. Anyway, the European Space Agency published a proposal request to, you know, when you get this old, it's hard to bend over for that long. Okay, you should be good to go. Anyway, we worked with AMSAT UK for a GEO satellite proposal. So ESA is wanting to launch one. Whether we get to be involved with it or not depends on their acceptance of our proposal. Now you say, why ESA and not NASA? ESA, Canada is part of their organization. And Canada just happens to be in North America. So they want to get a geostationary satellite above Canada. So, hey, we won't turn it down if it's parked over us too. Y'all ready to go? Okay, I'm done yakking. Let's see. We got it. I'm screwing you a bit.
Well, hello, everybody. I'm the Raging Cajun from the University of Louisiana. And you guys might not know what a Cajun is, but you know, a Cajun, when he sends his kids to school and they first start, they learn about the 4 seasons. We also teach them about our 4 seasons: garlic, onions, bell peppers. And a Cajun, when he goes to the zoo, you know, he's interested in the exotic animals, but he also would like to know how to cook them, like boiled crawfish. And occasionally we also eat alligators. But I'm also a tinkerer. You guys might not know what a tinkerer is, but you know what a tinkerer is. By the time he learned to crawl, he stuck his fingers in a 110 outlet. You know, the parents of a tinkerer figured out that his skill sets to take things apart outseated his ability to put it together. And for some of you guys in here, when you had a TV that it took a forklift to move it, you took it apart and figured out where the flyback transformer is, the hard way. A tinkerer is a guy who stuck into his dad's shop and built a project that caught on fire. But a good super tinkerer he got his license before he learned how to shave. So our group, we want to get our kids into space, and we think the way to start is with balloons. So we take this little 4-inch board here, and I'll send you one if you send me an envelope with some postage on it. All right, and then we want to put a processor in it, so we've picked this shell. A shell is kind of like an Arduino on steroids. It's got about 4 times the capability and about 1/10 the size. And you can tell by the price down there, we can probably afford it. So the next thing we need to do is on our balloon package is to get a radio. Well, we've hunted around and we found one. And this is a LoRa transceiver. Now, this thing puts out a mighty strong signal at 20 milliwatts. But guess what? In free space, this thing can talk from horizon to horizon with omni antennas. And again, that's in our ham budget. So the next thing we want to put on a balloon is a GPS. And if it doesn't go too high, we found one for about $6. And we'll put that on our board. And as we build this package up, you can start to see we're going to come up with a package. So the next thing we might want to put on here is a sensor. And we've picked one for Matterfruit, but there's lots of sensors. Now this thing, one module, will measure pressure, altitude, temperature, and humidity. So as we put this thing together, and that's at it on this board, and as we put this thing together, we're going to need a battery. And of course, I grabbed just one out of my shack, and you don't quite need one this big, but that's what I had when I had to come over here and make this presentation. So on a balloon, especially one that doesn't go up, that won't burst probably, we put down a cut-down resistor or a cut-down device. And what we do is we take this 2-ohm resistor, wrap some fishing string around it, put a transistor and run about 1 amp through that thing, and that will melt that string and let our balloon package come down. So we put it all together and it looks like this. Now we've got this package, you guys might say, how in the world are we going to get it up to altitude? Well, again, on a ham budget, we go to a party balloon store and we buy one of these 36-inch balloons. And that balloon has got enough uplift to pick up our little 5-ounce balloon package. Now, for you guys that have done ballooning, you know it's kind of cold up there, so how are we going to insulate that? Well, we take ourselves to the Home Depot store, get some insulation, whack out some 6-inch by 6-inch squares, hollow out the middle one, tape it all together, and we've got now a fully qualified balloon package. Notice on the top over here, we've got this fishing string. We're going to use that to connect to the balloon, and out on the edge out here, kind of hard to see, we got a piece of 6-inch wire. That's our antenna. So now we've got a balloon package, and it's out there transmitting. How are we going to get the data? Well, thanks to new technology, what I'm showing you up here is a LoRa receiver, and this is a pretty neat device. It's got a display on it. It's got an ESP32, which can program in Arduino, and it's got a Wi-Fi connection. And when you put it together, it looks like, oh, we need a package. So we go to Amazon and get us a package. Of course, Amazon wants to sell you more than you need, but again, that's within our budget. So here it is on my bench, and if you guys have eyes like me, it's kind of hard to see that thing. So because we have a Wi-Fi connection, we can tether it to our smartphone, and we can go get on a public server and put our information together. And this picture shows this, and this is a Adafruit IO server, free. You sign up, you get You get to do it, and it's very easy. And this is the desktop. Notice there's a map out here, a GPS map for your balloon. And it not only presents you the information, it graphs it for you. And it doesn't take a lot of smarts to get all this hooked up. So now we've got a balloon, but we don't want to stop there. We're satelliters, so, and we think this is the step to get us there. So we take that balloon board that I just showed you, and we add another board to it, and we put solar panels on it. Now we've got a fully qualified something that can fly. So now how do we get them into space? Well, we stick them in a dispenser like this, and we think we're going to get about 20 of these things in here. Now, how do we get them on orbit? The good news is that our university, along with Bob Twiggs and Melissa Poore, has secured a NASA launch, and they will launch 20 of these things for us. So the challenge is for you, if you guys or your organizations want to participate, we've got 20 of these things to put up. And unlike the first satellites that cost in the hundreds of thousands of dollars, we think we're going to get on orbit for the individuals under $300. So it seems like anybody ought to be able to afford that. So we're going to call these things slim sats. And I think Bob Twiggs had a lot to do with that name. And here's his email. Here's Melissa Poore. She's a teacher up in the Virginia area. And, of course, here's mine. So my challenge is for you guys, if we're excited, if you want to try to go get your organization, your school, and by the way, we're really focused on high schools and community colleges. So if you want to excite or try to lead a program, we want to hear from you. So give us one of these of us on an email. Give us an email, and we'll start a discussion and try to get you guys into space. Any questions? Yes, sir. I assume you're still required to take an announce to the FAA on a balloon launch? It turns out that these things are really, if you're not within close to an airport, you really don't require that. We do it as a courtesy. Kind of is an interesting. We did one. We're within 3 miles of an airport. We called them up. We told them we were about to turn a balloon loose, and said, "Why'd you call us?" But we typically call them. Yeah. Any more questions? Okay, guys.
All right, give me just a second. I'll get this video started.
Otherwise, go ahead and
Can you hear that at all?
Or if you're ready to dig into it, we'll start in 3, 2, 1. Hi, I'm Jerry Buxton, Vice President of Engineering, and I'm sorry I'm not there. I really am. For 11 to 12 years of doing this with AMSAT and being at Hamvention, I can tell you a lot more about that. These work in the SDR. And he's had. All
All right, this is a sound check. I'm going to start with about a 10-second sound check. Make that 15 seconds. And if you don't get it set right, you can rewind right now. Otherwise, go ahead and pause. Or if you're ready to dig into it, we'll start in 3, 2, 1. Hi, I'm Jerry. I'm not there. I really am. For 11 to 12 years of doing this with AMSAT and being at Hamvention, I thought, well, I'm going to miss this one. I guess that's okay, but it's not as easy as it sounds, is it? So I guess I could sum up my day yesterday, which was kind of messed with a little bit by Mother Nature, and spent quite a bit of time at the airport, but I mentioned this morning. That sums it up. So there's a lot to talk about engineering, and I'm sure that's what you want to hear. Go to it. The golf program. I thought we could go ahead and start with some of the main events that are going on right now. The program, the biggest one, if you will, Greater Orbit, Larger Footprint, is the acronym, and that is simply because E, the 7th letter of the alphabet, is the next letter after X, like Fox, and like Echo, AO51. So golf is not something you typically encounter with satellites. I figured I'd come up with a wise acronym. Whether it is or not, I don't know, but it's what we're talking about. What we plan to do is, the program itself is a series of satellites for flight testing and qualification. We're going to be looking at various systems and devices that we're going to need as we move to HEO. Each one of them carries an amateur radio payload, so every one of them will leave that behind once their main mission, if you will, of testing is done. I'm looking to increase orbit heights, but that's been a little bit difficult due to the orbital debris rules. I'll touch on some more about that later, but that's where the greater orbit, larger footprint derived from. And something that we have to harness before we get out of LEO is the ability to make accurate maneuvers and do collision avoidance, because there's a lot of traffic up there now. Hopefully we will be able to get beyond that so that ultimately our perigee is still above 2,000 kilometers, which gives us, or exempts us, I guess I should say, from that specific orbital debris rules. But the fact that we can maneuver also gives us the opportunity, besides deorbiting when we need to, but to raise our orbit or lower our orbit and alter it to a degree so that we can have a perhaps longer mission. And speaking of longer missions, survivability is a big thing, especially as we get into the Van Allen belt and such, and away from LEO, where there's a lot more radiation bombarding you. So the radiation tolerance idea of COTS parts, or in some cases, I believe probably when we do a HEO or a GTO, something like that, we're going to be wanting to use some rad hard parts so that we get the best life out of it. So what we're looking at is the lowest cost, the best bang for the buck. It's a trade balance so that we can keep as many satellites in space as we can successfully and return to HEO. In order to do this, I'm going to say that we're going to master some satellite operations necessary. This doesn't include, or isn't just engineering, but it includes operations who will be controlling them. They have to have a good understanding of what they'll do, and we have to have good instructions for them to be able to control them. So some of the main items for going higher are power generation. We're going to need more gain on your PA for your radios, for example, to help overcome the link budget. And SDRs themselves can get busy and use up quite a bit of power. There are other systems that we're going to want to have to keep running with more experiments and such as in that. So power is a premium thing to be wanting to get, and I'm talking about power generation from the sun. Also, then we have attitude, determination, and control, ADCS. This is something that's vital to being able to control the satellite to point, for example, for the sun, or to maneuver, pointed very precisely if we're going to fire any thrusters. Also, we'll say point microwave antennas back down toward Earth, so that we have, trade-offs. We can assume different attitudes for different operations. The radiation tolerance and hardening I mentioned before, that's something that's going to be essential to survival. In the older days of the satellites, there weren't so many ICs on them, if you will, and so the analog parts, the wire around, or the resistors, carbon resistors, and what have you, much hardier in the radiation environment. We're going to be moving to microwaves. 10 gigahertz band is the ultimate downlink band. There's a lot of bandwidth up there in 10 gigahertz and 5 gigahertz, which is the C-band uplink. We're also adding 2.4 gigahertz S-band uplink because that shares with Europe what they have over there with QO100. And then thrust and propulsion will be probably the icing on the cake, if you will. Once we've mastered all of this, again, mastered it so that we can be responsible spacefarers, then we head to HEO. The current Golf project underway, we have Golf T. Golf T stands for Technology Exploration Environment. Sorry about that. And taking the numbers from the last slide, we've got deployable solar panels that we're developing in-house that is in addressing the power, more power situation, if you will. We have secured CubeSpace ADCS that we will use for that system. We're working with one prior that was a startup that would have given us an opportunity to fly cheaper and also be part of the development, not come to fruition. CubeSpace, after a long search, we actually looked at, or Hilly Page did most of the work, a lot of different ADCS, and we found what was suitable for our missions for Golf T, Golf 1, and possibly beyond. We've got the RT-IHU, radiation tolerant IHU, that was developed as an ascent project, and it is using COTS parts intended to reduce the number of upsets or that cause the IHU to either latch up or have to reboot and such like that. And we're going to compare that then with the legacy IHU, as we call it, on the LTM, linear transponder module, to see if, especially South Atlantic anomaly, if we're doing any better as far as resets on each of those IHU systems. And then for the 10 gigahertz X band, we're going to do an experimental microwave high-speed data, which is something we'll be looking for. It's HEO, but as we go higher to HEO and such, there's a lot of data that you want to download, not to mention experiments and what have you. And it also gives us an opportunity to possibly use it as a transponder, where we would pick off the UHF downlink of the VU transponder and send it down on 10 gig as kind of an entryway for people to give a try to the microwave band. We're looking at a 500 to 550 LEO orbit. This is a CSLI Alana, as a matter of fact, orbit, or launch, I should say. And it's testing and qualifying the new technologies, but also Vanderbilt ISDI radiation experiment as before that, I think can help provide a comparison of what the environment was like in the RT-IHU versus IHU, LIHU comparison. We should have a good radio up at 550, and it's orbital debris regulation is friendly because it will decay rather rapidly, actually, at least in the current sunspot cycle. So when we get going, we'll see when that is. That can make a difference. And I got two hasty. So we've got Golf 1 then next. Golf 1 is using the same goals, number 1, 2, 3, and 4 from Golf T that hopefully are developed quite well. And in the meantime, though, if there are things we find in the construction in the on-orbit phases, then hopefully we'll have time to make adjustments to that to improve on them. That's always, the way you want to go with a series of satellites that are similar. And a typical mission, this will be a typical mission versus the technology mission that Golf T is, where we carry STEM experiments, so it's educational based. We have a high school in San Diego area who has been wanting to fly for Earth weather views, and then we'll fly the Vanderbilt ISDI student radiation experiment again. They have a lot of students that like to put those together and write papers. We'll expand the SDR microwave experimentation to open up 5 and dime, and that's the 5 gigahertz uplink, 10 gigahertz downlink. Of course, it is at LEO, tricky at best. Nonetheless, it will be there for experimentation starting with Golf 1. And again, the SX band, 2.4 gigahertz up, 10 gigahertz down, a la QO100. And we have an L-band uplink capability. Not certain what it's used for, perhaps commands, but it's not a worldwide band. On resources, I think we'll probably concentrate on the other microwave bands primarily. And again, we'll have a standard VU operation transponder. However, it'll be the SDR now and not the LTM. So opportunity to make the transponder a variety of things, FM repeater or linear transponder. And Ray can tell you a lot more about that. He's in the SDR. And he's had actually presented in the past some really good ideas for what you can do with a VHF, UHF, SDR, for example. And then we look at the charts here, if you will, and we have Golf T with the readiness date, of December 1st, 2025. The readiness date indicates to NASA that's the date that we're ready to hand it over for integration. And integration, of course, is the activity of putting it into the dispenser that then goes to the rocket. NASA holds off till basically CDR, which would be March of 2025, and then looking at that readiness date in order to judge and find a good launch for it. The launch date or the integration is typically 45 days prior to launch. Therefore, we would not see a launch until early 2020. Pretty good at lining up some launches very quickly. And then we have Golf 1, readiness date a year later, December 7th, 2026. Again, we want to look at everything we can learn from Golf T to put it in Golf 1 and make it better. So then beyond that, the Golf program, we have from Golf 2 and on, the push for opportunities, and I say it's a good push, but opportunities for higher than LEO are going to require specialized systems. We know that. So this is going to be where Golf 2 and beyond start testing more and more of these systems. The orbit devices, they are just coming to commercial availability in CubeSat, which is very good. They were not available up until just recently. We found at CDW, the CubeSat Developers Workshop, that there are quite a few companies that have some items coming out that are helpful to us. So what we can do is we can look at that, we can look at thrusters and propulsion, and we have a team working on that in the Ascent group. And these things can be mastered. Again, I like to use that word, but developed and mastered in LEO. And then beyond LEO, we look at the idea that we right now have a mission lifetime of about 5 years, and 5 years to return after end of mission according to the current orbital debris rules. So that gives us about a 10-year mission lifetime, 10-year flight lifetime, I should say. So we'll be very careful about what we fly in order to make it a successful mission as we go to those higher and more expensive orbits. But what we do in LEO it could, as we become expert in that, master it, we don't necessarily have to have those higher orbits that I originally had envisioned to put us in more radiation and such. Now that would be helpful, but you can test some of that on the ground. Nonetheless, all that testing can be done in LEO. And then that's a good segue to our Fox Plus. Fox Plus is the next generation of the popular Fox 1 satellites, and Fox 1 FM repeater satellites, with the exception of Fox 1E. 1U CubeSats were very popular. And we stopped the Fox program for two reasons. One, a lot of the parts went defunct, and it would time the redesign of the thing in order to continue building them. And number two, the engineers are happy or thirsty for something else to keep happy. And that would include me. So that's why we moved on to golf with that. But Fox Plus comes along with a shorter period from design to launch, as were the Fox 1s. And that can help keep this steady flow of satellites going to LEO. So there's always something or two or three up there for people, including easy sat designs in some cases, where those are popular for beginners, very popular. and I think they brought in quite a few new members and satellites enthusiasts to the amateur satellite world. But they can be all sorts of different types of design. Some of that is looking at new technology, because things that come out of Ascent, for example, that may be destined for Golf 1 ultimately because of what their specialty is. But we can get on-orbit testing with Fox Plus in order to find out what we have to deal with and what might need to be tweaked before we put it up on something higher up. And that facilitates concurrent development of both of the satellites, which is where we had the big with the Foxes. Everybody was working on golf, but now we have more people coming in. So it can also take more than one U form. Fox Plus is looking at being able to be 1U, 2U, 3U, depending on what the mission is. And I think that primarily the VHF, UHF microwaves, will be what is used simply because of its posture in LEO. Mike Moore, K4MVM, is the systems engineer. He's leading Fox Plus. Assumed that from Jonathan Brandenburg when Jonathan had to step back. There's new engineers coming in that are volunteering for mechanical and software. We're looking at launch possibilities, including purchase launches to, say, for NanoRacks, for example. NanoRacks launches primarily from ISS type of stuff. But NASA CSLI is also open as an option for a free launch. Although it might take a little longer to get up there, it depends. And that includes some ISS launches off NanoRacks and such. They have a bandwagon program that goes up to about 400 kilometers, and then transponder is very popular to get up above 400 up to 550-ish. So we have lots of work to do, and we need human resources to beat Golf T. So we got a race there. Fox Plus A progressing toward, I would say, a fourth quarter 2025 ready date, much like Golf T. We're using IsoSpace hardware and it's on hand or ordered en route, including the antennas, their EPS, and their solar panels. We'll fly the LTM-1 as the avionics. That's the legacy IHU, which has space heritage, as well as the improved command receiver and the transponder with the 30 kilohertz bandwidth. This is because it's the first one up. We're putting in reliable parts, buying reliable parts in order to make it most successful. So we'll skip over to Ascent now. Advanced satellite communications and exploration of new technology are Skunk Works, as it was dubbed by Tom Clark, SK. This Ascent brings in projects that are just design ideas from engineers interested in working on them, a particular system or design. As long as they are in keeping with the idea that we're improving satellite communications with new technology and such, in other words, we can fly them, then all ideas are welcome. And the work is done independent of what we're flying, but I know what missions we might be able to fly, much as we did with golf, where Ascent had RTIHU, for example, and I knew that there would be a mission coming up for that, and so we were able to grandmother, I guess you'd say, or otherwise incorporate it into it. They have current projects you may have heard of, or if you haven't, the AMSAT engineering table, PACSAT, is a channels up, one channel down packet BBS that Bill Reed and a group are building. We have some interested partners, CubeSat partners, that will probably wind up flying that first. Otherwise, fly on a Fox Plus B probably most likely. We have a group working on what we call SDRB, which is an improvement to the ETIS E310 SDR, just basically layout, because that board is big, and that's what causes us to have a funky avionics bus inside of Golf T, and that makes it really interesting to try to fit stuff in there and keep it on their own particular bus. We have a group working on thrust/propulsion that just started out. We had a meeting last week, and stuff can help us definitely in the future as we look for that to be part of how we go upward to HEO. And ground station. This is a new endeavor undertaken by a volunteer, John Brandenburg coming back, if you will, to work on the 5 and dime ground station. This is something that really started in 2015 and never, I can't say made it off the ground because that's where it's supposed to be. But it was basically left in limbo in a sense because we didn't really have anything to use it on yet. Phase 4B didn't. QC, the CubeQuest Challenge didn't go. So we just knew that we were going to have it fly on golf eventually. And so stuff going to carry us forward here. And of course, none of it would be possible without the fantastic work of all of our engineering volunteers. I'm just the face and the voice, if you will, although I do have one function that I'm quite proud of, that is to find launches and get us on the launch. And be the one person that you will be able to come to and say, when are we going to launch? And I will tell you, I can't tell you that. Stop by and see everybody at the booth and also the slideshow. And I believe that I know I ran over by about a minute here, but I believe that they can take some questions possibly there on site. And I thought because I'm not there, and I've been thinking about this a while, I've wanted to engage with everybody. So perhaps Twitch or YouTube live chat so that I can just sit there and answer questions, basically. And if you're interested in that, send a tweet or something. I would say send me an email, but my emails get so buried. n0jy@amsat.org. That one works. Guys, raise your hand or such. I think that there's enough that it's just coordinating a time. And with that, 2 minutes over, but hey, what can I say? I'm going to go ahead and say, turn it over. Sorry about this. There I am. We'll turn it over to the engineers there to answer some questions for you. And I really thank you for your attendance and support of AMSAT. And if you're not a member, I urge you to join.
All right, thanks, Jerry. All right, next up is CubeSat Simulator, and Dr. Alan Johnson's coming up. While he's doing that, any quick questions about engineering? Not that I'd be able to answer them. Yes, sir. Where do they do the integration of the project? So at our level, integration to us means integrating into a launch provider. But you're talking about since everybody's dispersed, where does the actual project go together? And that all depends. There's probably at Jerry Buxton's house. We don't have a lab, a building. So usually it happens at somebody's house, whoever gets picked. I got to get the next question. I'm sorry, was there a question? No. Okay. Let me hand it over, and then we'll have a question and answer session at the end. You're plugged in, right?
There you go. Okay there. That's good. Okay, thank you, Robert. I'm Alan Johnson, KU2Y. I'm ANSAP's Vice President for Educational Relations. I'm also an Associate Teaching Professor at Villanova University in their Electrical and Computer Engineering Department. So I'm going to talk today about our CubeSat Simulator program. Talk about what it is. I'm also going to share some results of a survey that we did of builders and users of the CubeSat simulator. I'll talk about what the current hardware and software is all about. We currently have an active beta program right now. I'll do a short demo, and then I'll talk about how you can get involved and also take any questions. So I want to start by thanking the team
that has put this together. Lots of people have been involved over the past few years in this CubeSat simulator program. We've got the people working on hardware, working on educational materials for instructors and demonstrators, our beta builders who provide detailed feedback on the instructions and the documentation, and also thanks to all the students that have used the simulator, built the simulator in classrooms from high school to college. So what is the CubeSat simulator? It is basically our core outreach program here at AMSAT. And the idea is to give you a CubeSat in the classroom or a CubeSat in your hand. And that way you can demonstrate lots of things with radio, with space, and also just general STEM. And it's targeted to a bunch of different groups: college, university, high school students, the amateur radio community, also to STEM programs. You can teach a lot with sensors and the like. And we're also targeting outreach to sort of non-traditional groups, such as makers, people that like 3D printing, people that like printing and soldering and constructing things. And we've had some success with that. So the CubeSat simulator, it looks like a 1U CubeSat, and it's basically fully functional. It has the basic capabilities of a CubeSat that goes to space, but it's not designed to go to space. The hardware and software instead is optimized for lowest cost in building it and also ease of construction, since a lot of the people putting it together are students, people who are not experienced solderers and the like. But it has working solar panels, rechargeable batteries, and it transmits real radio telemetry in the UHF band. It's a custom 3-board stack, and it has a Raspberry Pi Zero, which runs the C code and the Python code. And it also includes a Raspberry Pi Pico microcontroller, and that talks to a number of different sensors that measure things like voltage, current, temperature, pressure, humidity, and also a 3-axis gyro accelerometer as well. And the real telemetry that it transmits, you can set up a ground station to decode it, and you use the same software that you use for real satellites. And in fact, many people have used the CubeSat simulator to basically get their ground station going, test it out, where you don't have the pressure of a 10-minute satellite pass with the next one coming 12 hours later. You can do a lot of fine-tuning while it's all set up here. And we have a Raspberry Pi ground station, which is basically a complete turnkey solution. We program all the software onto a micro SD card, and if you buy a Raspberry Pi 4, an RTL SDR radio dongle, and you just plug the SD card in, and it boots up basically with all the software you need. And there are scripts that allow you to switch between the various modes, because if any of you have ever used SDR software before, you know that it never plays well with other software. You get one thing working and it breaks your previous application. So the Pi ground station, it's all been tested so that you can seamlessly switch between all the different modes for doing demos and the like. So how many of you have seen a CubeSat simulator or seen me demo it here at Hamvention or Symposium? Some of you? Okay, good. Good, a good number of you. How many of you have actually built a CubeSat simulator? Okay, a few of you. Okay, great. So we've been, this program has been going for over 3 years now, and there's a few hundred of these CubeSat simulators that have been built by people. So we actually initiated a survey. We reached out to as many of those folks as we could find to just get their feedback on the program. And we especially did it because we are involved in a beta rollout of new hardware and software to make sure that we were fixing the things that needed fixing and adding the improvements that needed. So I'll just share a couple of things about the survey that we did. And by the way, if you did build one or used one and I haven't contacted you, please get in touch with me and I'll send you the survey link. So we had 59 responses of people that have built or used the CubeSat simulator. And overall, the feedback was really good. It was actually much better than I thought. And one of the ones that I really liked was we asked the question, how would you rate the CubeSat simulator as a learning tool? And we got a ranking of 9 out of 10 for that, which I was pretty happy with. Also, we got feedback on areas that need improvement, things that could be fixed, and it turns out we've actually fixed about 60% of those with the new beta design as well. So it's very encouraging from that perspective. The one result that did surprise me a little bit was we asked the question about the ground station. What do you use with your CubeSat simulator? And not surprisingly, the Raspberry Pi ground station was most popular at 40%, but a third of all respondents said they used their own PC or their own Mac to do it. And that was higher than I expected. The remaining ones, some people used their radio station and the like, and others just didn't use any. They just listened to the signals, basically. So anyway, so one of the changes we're going to make based on this survey is to provide better support for people who install their own software. It's a little bit tricky. It's a little bit time involved in doing that, but it looks like people are interested in doing that. So we're going to provide more support for that. I still encourage you to use the Raspberry Pi ground station solution because that really does work the best, and will give you instant feedback on your simulator once it's built. Okay, so I mentioned that we're in a beta program right now. So if you've seen the CubeSat sim or built it in the past, it's been those white PCBs there. The new beta version is the blue ones, and it has a number of new features. But one of the things we just needed to do was to update things. Since COVID, various parts have been hard to find, and actually the major feedback that we got from the previous builders was that finding parts was difficult. And so we updated the design to make that much easier. And now you can actually get all of the parts either on DigiKey or Amazon. So you don't have to go to a number of different suppliers, and you don't need the experience of ordering from AliExpress if you've never had that enjoyment before. It's kind of fun to do, but a lot of people would like to avoid that. So. But in addition to just updating the design and streamlining some things, we also added a new FM transceiver module, and that provides better stability. It also provides the opportunity to modify the board to fly it as a balloon payload, because if you get rid of the built-in attenuator, you have a 500 milliwatt transmitter, which is listening to 434.9 megahertz, in which case you can hear the lovely tones of slow scan TV. Yeah? Oh, okay. Okay. Maybe the demo will be saved. 434.9 megahertz. And the fact yeah. There we go. Slow scan TV. This is Scotty 2 format. It basically snaps a photo with the camera and then transmits it. So okay. So command and control worked. Thank you for the loan of the battery here. Don't let me walk off with it. Okay. So if you want to get involved with the CubeSat simulator program, there's a number of different ways. Even if you're not interested in purchasing one or building one, we have loaners. So if you'd like to take it into a school or into a club or something like that and do a public demonstration here in the U.S., just get in touch with me and we will make arrangements. I will ship you a loaner. So it will consist of a fully built CubeSat sim and also the turntable, the LED lamp, and also the Raspberry Pi ground station with a touch screen. So everything you need, really, just turn it on and do demos of the various modes. We also provide some instructions and suggestions for what to do. So you can have it for a month or so, and then you just ship it back to me. So please get in touch with me if you want to do that. Also build them too if you like to do soldering and 3D printing. It is a fun project for that. And we do have some limited availability of these put it together kits. Okay, so I guess we can take a couple questions here as we switch over here. And I just want to acknowledge the previous work that's gone on for the CubeSat simulator. So any questions? Yeah, all the way in the back. I'm sorry, can you say it louder? Oh, sorry, yeah, the kit, the suggested donation is $400. Yep. So there's another question up the front? Oh, okay. Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Radio battery goes dead.
And I have to slide that onto. Yeah. I just have to slide it on the big screen there. There you go. No, I want it up there. Do is we say, you know what? There is hardly any facet in modern life where satellites don't play an important role. Okay? So if you have an interest in any one of these areas, if you want to succeed, excel in those areas, you should know a little bit about the role that satellites play in that part of your interest or that part of our life. So our pitch is satellites in space help us improve life here on Earth. So taking that tact, we have a list of curriculum, online curriculum that we're talking about that will show kids how satellites play a role in these different areas. In terms of complexity, don't be thinking college level courses or even semester long high school courses. Think more in terms of Boy Scout merit badge kind of thing. So kids can go through these, as many of them as they want. And these are just teasers. These are just things to help them get interested. If they're interested, they'll pursue these topics on their own, and we'll provide the resources for them to do that. So amateur radio, like I said, isn't the goal, but amateur radio is the tool. Amateur radio is the laboratory that we use in order to help them get experience with these things. Now, here's something else that's very different. Like I said, it's not a school-based program. So how do we get the message out to the kids? We are partnering with local broadcast television stations. What? Why are you doing that? Well, because we need a media vehicle that will get the message out to kids throughout the United States. Now, I'm not talking about getting 100 kids involved or 1,000. We're talking about the need to get tens of thousands of kids engaged in these kinds of activities. There's no way we could afford to do that nationally, but by partnering with broadcast television stations, they give us the mouthpiece that we need in the different marketplaces. Why would they do this? Because they are always looking for ways to engage with their public, with their audience. And typically the way they do that is with their weather forecasters. Their weather forecasters are the ones that, guess what, go to the schools, they do the cyclone and the
bottle, demonstration. The cameraman films that. They showed on the evening news, and boy, aren't we great. We're an important part of the community in helping educate our kids. So the television stations have an interest in a program like this. So what we offer the television stations is the opportunity to use our content, okay, in order for them for their weather forecasters or whoever to engage with the public. Okay, so that gives us the exposures that we need in the marketplace. Now, there's another interesting thing about television stations, right? There's a lot of technicians there, and a lot of them are even hams. Okay, so there are two hardware aspects that also are hosted by the television stations. One is we are launching a fleet of about 250 ground stations, SDRs, that will be hosted at the television stations. Now, these are not the ordinary SDRs that you and I think about. Well, they really are, but they have a specialized front end because we're talking about young kids. Okay, we're getting them introduced in the most basic way. So if you look up at the screen there on the left, it's basically remember the old push button radio in your cars. Okay, so there's a push button for the NOAA polar weather satellites, a push button for the ISS digipeater or the voice channels, or other satellites that Jerry talked about earlier, where we will carry educational payloads for those. So the kids will be able to choose the satellite that they want to listen to. The program will show them when and where to listen to. They're able to download the telemetry, okay, and we'll make them work. And of course, you can write scripts and that to decode all of this, but no, we want them to work. We want them to understand the pinnings behind all of this work. So they will have the opportunity to download the telemetry, okay, and work it out and learn how the wheels work behind all of this. Now, one of the other push buttons on this radio is a hardened CubeSat simulator. Okay, so there'll be a CubeSat simulator as a freestanding device that will broadcast to this ground station, literally just a couple of feet away, but it'll carry the sensors that Alan was talking about. Okay, so if the kid can't wait for an upcoming satellite pass, they can tune into one of the simulators and they can look at the different types of telemetry that the simulator will offer and go from there. So having these deployed at broadcast stations where you have the availability of the technicians to maintain these things, and I should mention pay for these things too. I mean, we're just not going to give them the content for nothing. So, given the cost of what one of the ground stations is, or one of the hardened CubeSat simulators, that's the cost of a broadcast microphone. I mean, that's no money at all for these people. So it's, I think, a fair trade-off. The broadcast executives I talked to are very interested in this. They want to see a demonstration. And in fact, by this fall, we will have 3 of the, I'm calling these non-orbiting Earth science experiments, AKA a CubeSat simulator. Okay, but like I said, they're hardened. They have to be packaged so they will sustain the heat of Tucson. And we're going to bake the heck out of one of them down in Tucson where I live. We're going to freeze another one up in Minnesota where my brother lives, and just test the concept out before we release it out to the open market. Okay, and then of course, working with engineering, those guys are working really hard to get the Fox Plus and the LEO satellites in place, but I'm always nagging at them, okay, remember the youth initiative, remember the youth initiative. And so we're talking about some educational payloads that will fly on the satellites. And why are the educational payloads important to engineering and to AMSAT in general? Because if you want a free launch on one of the NASA flights, you're not going to get it because I'm standing in my front yard with an aero antenna yelling N1UW Delta Mike 42. That ain't why they're going to fly a satellite. Okay, they're going to fly the satellite because it carries something that's useful in the world of education. Okay, So that is, I think, essentially all I've had to say in the time I've got available. Come on over to the AMSAT booth afterwards, and be happy to answer your questions, put you on the list. Now remember, right now I'm selling vaporware, okay? If you go to the KidSat or BuzzSat.com websites, you'll see something that kind of looks real, but we just had to put something up there so the Federal Trademark Office would say, oh yeah, this is a legitimate business. So that's how we got our trade names registered. Okay, so the next thing I want to do is introduce Bo Lowry. Bo was recently retired from some really important organization in Kentucky that had to do with education. Too long of a name for me to remember. Bo is the new director of the Ambassador Program. Take it away, Bo.
Thank you, Frank, and thank you in many ways. Got a very short period of time here to talk to you, and so I'm going to dispense with a lot of my background. I'm from Kentucky. I say Louisville the right way. And anyway, what we've been working on recently, especially with the impetus of Frank and the help of Bob Davidhauser, W5RBD, who I don't believe is here, is a revitalization of the Ambassador Program. Many years ago, at the end of the 70s, I was an area coordinator for Kentucky. That's one of the earliest iterations of the Ambassador Program. The Ambassador Program has, over the years, changed and eventually became the Ambassador Program. And what you do as an ambassador would be to go out and speak to the public and engage the public in various aspects of space science, especially related to the work that AMSAT does. I'm not going to belabor it at this point other than to say that we are revitalizing the program. We've been working on this for a couple of years. Any changes that you may note to the program aren't really changes. They're just a response to what needs to be done in today's environment. And so please come over and talk to us at the booth if you have an interest in being an ambassador. Really, the only requirement to apply to be an ambassador is that you are a member of AMSAT, and one new requirement is that you agree to do at least 2 presentations, events, whatever you want to call them, per year. Hard to do, you say, because we only have one Hamfest in our area. Fine, we're going to provide training where previously you needed to get that on your own. We're going to provide that for you along with some materials that can be used in a presentation. We'll talk more about it at the booth, but right now we need to get out of here and I need to turn the mic over to our president.
Thank you, Bo. I wish we weren't out of time, but we are. So if you have any questions, please stop by the AMSAT booth, and just to encourage you to get there, I need your help. So every year we order new shirts and polos, and what doesn't sell I bring in the back of my truck all the way to Alabama, and then I take it to Orlando, and then it comes back up here. Anyway, I got too much, not enough room in my truck. So I have a bunch of t-shirts and polo shirts that are free for you to stop by and get at the AMSAT booth. They're nice, they're like these. Sportswear type shirts and then cotton t-shirts. So stop by the booth, pick one up. If you have a question, please watch for me. I'll be there. And if I don't know the answer, I'll get you to the person that does. Thank you very much for your time, and we'll see you next year. Oh, one more thing. For those that are interested in the AMSAT Symposium, will be held in Tampa, Florida this year at Doubletree on Rocky Point in Tampa. October 24th and 25th, but watch our website for further details. Thank you.
hour, 45 minutes. Yeah, because it's like 2 classes in one. So. Gotcha. So, well, the connections to Wires X is 1 hour, and then going through the software is the second hour. So like a 3 to 4 and a 4 to 5. Yeah, 3 to 4 is going to be the connections to Wires X. 4 to 5 is going to be the actual the software version part of it.
It's basically the same thing that I saw.
Yeah, a little more in depth. A little more in depth. Yep. But for the most part, yeah.
So from 3 to 4.
4 to 5. Yep.
Yes, you know everyone as well. Isn't that the truth? Jack,
Yeah.
I am Brad from Wisconsin. You have helped me in the past.
Oh, how you doing?
KNJD.
How you
Just wanted
doing?
to say hi. I'm
Good.
doing good. You too?
Good, yeah. Did you drive down here, or how'd you get down here?
I drove.
Did you?
Yeah.
How long a drive was it for you?
About 8.
About 8?
Yeah.
Okay.
And because I don't sit well,
Yeah.
I did 3 code activations and about 10 stops, so I think it took about 6 to 8. No, I'm kidding.
So,
But it probably took 12.
It's a better drive than what.
But you're in northern Wisconsin, right?
Yeah, I'm up in Baldwin, so it took me 10 and a half hours.
Yeah, that's good. That's
Yeah.
good. Anyway, nice to finally meet you.
Yeah, good to see you.
John.
Yes.
Hey, I'm Kelly. I'm from the office. Thank you, buddy, for all your support. Yeah. Did you guys have a booth this year? No. Oh, yeah. Did you? I didn't see it. Of course. Yeah, Carrie didn't make it. The kids are graduating.
Okay.
Yeah, we're going to have to work on it.
Gotcha. I was going to. I didn't know I was going to try to get a hold of you guys. I got a banquet I got to go to this year, so I'm sorry. But otherwise, I totally would have.
Have you got your number yet?
No, I get, you know what, it's funny, I had the stuff printed out, like I did the screenshot and everything like that, I'm like, I can do it, but okay, so funny story, 2 years ago, right, we were here, tornado, or not tornado, but that hailstorm stuff, Carrie's house got hit, I got, like, wiped out, like damaged my siding, my roof, and everything like that. I'm finally getting done with that, fighting with the insurance company, and now it's all finally done. They couldn't do it until they started working on it until October of last year, because they were out of supplies and all that jazz. So now I have a chance to get my antenna up. Now I have no reason why I shouldn't go ahead and do it.
Well, you know what? I'm working on a farm.
Uh-huh.
And I'm taking possession next month, so
shooting okay? Yeah, I just need to. How do I program your projector? Is it this one here? This HDMI?
Yes.
Okay.
No.
No.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, because the first hour call, I guess, with the wires up. I guess you can't smoke in buildings anymore. I know they won't let you drink in here either. I guess drinking on the job is bad, whatever. 5 o'clock? 5 o'clock came yesterday and I go walked in and I'm like, you gotta go to the here.
No, I think it's a Wi-Fi. It's a RF hub. Yeah, it is. I think so. Yeah, we're trying to get it working.
Yeah, well, but we got to think out of the box. Clear liquid's fine. It's vodka, man.
good. Okay. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the System Fusion Forum. I'm Mark, WB9QZB, your moderator and the founder of this forum. So let me ask you a question, a quickie quiz here. What month and year was System Fusion introduced to the world? Does anybody know? There were 200 people in the room, and I was like, oh, wow, there's something going on here.
Wait. Yeah. All right, everybody count off.
Yeah, right. So, and I also created in September of 2013 a Yahoo group, which became a System Fusion group. It's now a groups.io group, System Fusion, all one word. So if you aren't a member of my group, the System Fusion group's got about 3,000 members. We've got a continuous logs and message logs ever since the last 10 years now. So we've been doing this forum since since Dayton of 2015. And it's had a variety of formats over the years. A lot of it's been, what's going on with Fusion and what's going on with Yaesu and, what are the new products. And we're going to take a little bit different tack this year. And this year it's going to be more of an educational session where John's going to delve into various topics, and of course we'll take Q&A as well. But hopefully you'll find this useful, this format useful. I think we're at that maturity level of Fusion now where we're beyond the what is it, and we're at that point where what can we do with it and how can we do it. So that's the purpose of the education, and I think you'll find it very interesting, useful. I know a lot of people have got radios, a lot of repeaters around the country now. But what more can we do with it, and how can we do it? So I'll turn it over to John, and you're in good hands with him.
All right, so I've counted 1,843 people in here. No, I don't count myself. I have a big enough head, so I count as two. All right. How many were here in 2018? Okay. And you all freely admitted it. That's good. All right. What we're going to talk about is we're going to go back in time, like Sophia Petrillo. Anybody get that reference? Okay, I like you all then. Okay, good. All right, we're going to go back in time because 2018 we were here and we introduced a new concept. Does everybody remember what that concept was? Don't all say it at once. Okay, PDN functionality. We introduced that. Does anybody know when the first Wires X activation took place? Does anybody know that one? Okay, it actually took place in 2014. Now, Wires X, we'll go to a quick history about it. Wires X was a continuation of Wires 2. Did anybody use Wires 2? Okay, that's usually the response we get. Okay, Wires 2 came out back in the days of you've got mail, right? And what it was a pretty cool concept where we could use the dial-up internet and be able to connect repeaters together. Now, this wasn't in digital. There was no such thing as digital at this time. What it was is saying we're going to take actual repeaters, or we could use a device connected to a radio and connect the two together. And what we did is okay, well, let's even back up. How many people have like an FT60 or a VX6 or an FT2980? Does everybody notice what I'll go ahead and call the Big Bang Theory logo on it? How many people have accidentally pushed that button and heard that annoying beep and want to throw your Yaesu radio through the trash? Call me and give me explicit terms that made me even blush, all right? So what that concept was Wires 2. This is all leading up to it. Go with me. What the concept of Wires 2 was is that every time your radio would key up, it would send a DTMF code. And that quick DTMF code, that annoying beep, and wouldn't let you talk right away, was to go ahead and have you going through a device that, let's call it a node, or a repeater, and based on what you had entered, would determine if you're going to go from your node or your repeater to another repeater or node, or to a sister group, is what we called it. And a sister group was a collection of nodes or repeaters, or nodes and repeaters together, that would go ahead and allow you to communicate with one another. Now, the cool thing about Wires 2 was, one, it was actually invented by our tech department in Cypress, California. They went along and they said, wouldn't it be cool if we did this? And does anybody want to guess what the model number of the device you needed to use was called? An HRI 100. Yeah, that's why we have the HRI 200. We didn't spend a lot of money on that naming department. Okay, so what we did though is that it actually stood for Human Radio Interface. That's what the HRI stands for. So go back to your clubs and be full of knowledge now. And what it did basically was it said, okay, when I push that DTMF button, and the reason we used DTMF back at times because there was really no other signaling, right? There was just DTMF. And that allowed you to connect together based on what you wanted to do. So it really allowed you to steer your node or your system to who you wanted to connect with it, and on a per key up basis. So if I wanted to talk to my friend Bill, okay, and I knew Bill's node number, I could go ahead and program in the memory in the radio and then turn it to Bill's and then push that wires X button, or wires 2 button, and then anytime I'd go ahead and key up, it would be like beep, 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 and then all of a sudden it would connect my node or repeater to his node or repeater. But now if Bill and I wanted to bring in the whole group, we simply change it. Now when I keyed up, he would belong part of that group. Well, the issue that Wires X needed to solve, and this was an issue, was that when Fusion came out, and still is today, it's considered an illegal form of repeater operation in Japan. Wonder who got involved with that one, but what, anyways, that's another story. But also, you can't use a Fusion repeater on the air in Japan. It's illegal, okay? But you can use Fusion as a means of communication, okay? Now, the way to do that was to come up with a connection system. Well, we took Wires 2 and we said, hey, let's go ahead and just extend it. Now, the reason we call it Wires X instead of Wires 3, we spent some money on the marketing on this, was because we said what we're doing with Fusion, and that's why we call it Fusion, is we're fusing, we're crossing the two types of technologies together, analog and FM. How many people have or use a Wires X node in here? Okay. How many people use a Wires X node in analog? Okay. How many people use a Wires X node in digital? Okay. So if you want to talk to the people in analog, everybody in Wires X and digital must go to analog. Is that fair? No. And everybody wants to use Wires X and the analog talking to digital people, all the analog people that go to digital. Is that fair? No. That's the whole one of the concepts of Fusion, is to be flexible and versatile in its usage. Now, where am I going with this? Well, in order for it to work, we couldn't do the sister group and things anymore. We had to change it. And the reason we had to change it was because the technology needed a transcode. Yes, we were the first ones that did transcoding, because the Wires X system itself allows analog users to come into the system, and it will take your analog signal and through the network transcode it to digital. And this is why you can actually have analog and digital users together in the same room. That took a different concept of how we had to do. So we couldn't do nodes and sister groups anymore, and that's where we came up with the concept of nodes and rooms. Now, with that being said, when Fusion first came out and Wires X first came out, what you had to do is you had to have, anybody know, HRI 200, right? You had to have a mobile radio, no handhelds, but a mobile radio. And then what was the fun thing that everybody likes to do? What else did you have to do? Registering. No one likes registering, right? But what else did you have to do? Ports. This impacted me greatly, because when I started working for Yaesu, it was like, okay, I'd go out to California, great, but how do I talk back to my home? How do I talk back to my friends on Wires X, where I live in Wisconsin? Northern Wisconsin, by the way, so just bear with me sometimes. All right, so with that, it was like, how do you do that? Well, the problem is you got to go ahead and have a global non-NATed IP address. You have to go ahead and have ports open. You have to go ahead and have a computer. You have to have a mobile radio. You have to have a power supply. You have to have an antenna. Now, how many people are staying at hotels? Okay, so homework, go down to your front desk tonight and say, hi, I need a global non-NATed IP address with the following ports open. First of all, they're all looking at us weird because we got antennas, right? Okay, so, it didn't happen. It wasn't going to work. So we said, how can we expand Wires X? How can we make it more versatile and flexible? So 2018, we came here and we talked about the PDN concept. And so the PDN concept was simple. You could take a device, handheld or mobile, and you connect it with a cable. And when you connect that cable to the PC, you can talk on wires X. And just like Monty Python, there was much rejoicing. Yay. Okay. But then a few of you, all right, went along and said, John, great idea, you're an idiot. I thought I was at home with my wife. All right. So I said, why are we an idiot? They said, just digital only? And I said, well, okay, what would you like? Well, can I talk to any room? Well, no, in theory, you can only talk to digital only rooms. Well, that's not really fusion, is it? Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. And then someone said along and they said, so how do I have to talk to this radio? Well, you have to use another radio. Oh, so I can use like a analog radio. Well, no. You got to use a digital radio. Okay. And then they said, well, what if I don't have a digital radio? You're killing me, Smalls. All right. So what would you like to see? So you gave us a lot of good, constructive, friendly feedback. And then what ended up happening was I took all this back to Japan, and I got yelled at. But it's okay. It's okay. I survived. And then we looked at it, and if you remember, we talked about it in May, but does anybody remember when PDN came out for the masses? Christmas 2018. Now, the reason it came out at Christmas 2018 is because by the time we got back in June, July, August, September, October, and then part of November, we redesigned PDN functionality for you. We went along and we said, let's not just do digital. Let's have people connect to mixed mode rooms. Hey, great idea. What if we don't have another radio to talk about? Well, we'll create another mode. Well, what we'll do? Well, you can use PDN as the radio, as a glorified speaker microphone. You just don't have to use another radio. And there was much rejoicing. So then what happened is that we tested it out. Any law enforcement in here? Anybody that wants to admit they're law enforcement? Okay, all right. So because I had a great adventure at LAX, not that going LAX is not an adventure, but whatever. I had a great adventure at LAX because one of my jobs was you have to go out and break it. Great. How do I break it? Test it, do it, right? One of the coolest things about PDN is any connection works to the internet. You don't have to open up ports. You don't have to forward ports. You don't have to do any of that whatsoever. You just need an internet connection. So I had to test it. And I tested it at Starbucks. And it worked. Coffee's to be desired, but hey. So then I went to Dunkin' Donuts. It worked there too. All righty? I went numerous places, home, everything like that. But one day I'm sitting in LAX, and I said, you know what? Here's a good idea. I'm going to test it at LAX internet. So picture it, a white, robust man who does not like the heat of California, sweaty, sitting at the terminal with a computer connected to a radio with a bunch of wires. You would be surprised at the amount of law enforcement that comes to greet you. And thank God in the heavens almighty or whoever, one of the LAX officers happened to know me because he was a ham also. And he was a Yezu fan. I'm undercover. And he's like, I know this guy, it's okay. And I explained it to him, and then I was still able to board my plane, and I'm not on a list. But the whole, it was proof in point, because I came back home and I said, hey, it works. But the cool part about it is it did that, and it was great. So we released it, and we got it going. And a lot of people started jump into it. A lot of people started to buy the cables. We had to teach a lot about cables. We had to do this kind of thing because there's certain things you have to plug in and not plug in to get it to work. The issue then started to come out as time started to go along that we started to see a tremendous growth. And the growth that we saw in it was, does anybody want to guess when? COVID. Yep. About Christmas of 2019, all of a sudden we started to see a lot of people getting it, because what you did have to do is you had to register the device if you're going to use it for PDN. But we saw this weird pattern. Now, for those of you that don't know or have never had the fun of doing a Wires X activation, there is a process to it. It's not under our control, but it's done for a safety purpose. There is a poor guy in Japan who enters these by hand, folks, okay? I feel like they have them stored away in some office somewhere, and that's what I imagine in each day. He's like that. But it is a guy who enters it, and what we do is we check it, because here's one of the things about Wires X. Could anybody in their right mind see how people can manipulate it to turn it into a business network? They could easily do that. I will tell you, I have a friend, I try to be the radio police with him, and he's told me how he's modified hotspots to be non-amateur frequencies and uses it for his business. And I'm like, dude, we got ethics and morals going on here, let's stop that. And he agrees not to talk to me about it, and I agree not to hate him. But what ended up happening is that we wanted to keep it an amateur network, so that's why it is. But one of the things that we see coming out of COVID, coming out of here, even at the booth today, people have so many questions. What is direct? What is access? What is this? What is this? How do I do this? How do I do this? So what we're going to talk today is we're going to talk about the first part here. We're going to talk about the connections of Wires X, okay? And what we're going to do in this first part here is we're going to go over what cables you need, what devices you need or can use. Now, about 4 o'clock, about 30 minutes or so, we're then going to walk into actually showing you some basic steps of usage of Wires X, okay? How many people, just out of curiosity's sake, how many people can actually comfortably say, I could take my handheld, I can handshake with my node, and I can completely control my node remotely? And for those that can't see, there's like 3 or 4 hands that went up. And that's about usually the response. People don't know that you can handshake with it. So that's what kind of our forum's going to be today. And I feel it's kind of a fitting topic because, once again, guess what? Yes. I like The Office. All right. So Wires X has 3 types of setups, okay? First of all, you have to understand that it's designed to be versatile. Do not fear that you need to use all these modes. Use what's comfortable for you. Use what's going to be in your application. So the first mode is going to be connection or wired to a repeater. How many people have a repeater they use which is physically connected to an HRI 200, which is physically connected to a computer? Okay, interesting, okay. The second one, usage of an HRI 200 as a donor radio. How many people use this? You got an HRI 200 connected to a 100, 200, 300, 400, 500 and shooting the information over the air by RF, okay? The third one is usage of the SCU kit into PDN or HRI mode. How many people use that? Okay, and rightfully so, there's more people that are using the PDN mode because that's what it's designed for, right? I'm at my hotel room, I'm able to do my PDN. I'm at home, I can access my repeater via RF. I'm in my basement or, as I do, want to go to other rooms and stuff like that, okay? I will admit, it's because of work, it's not because I'm a geek, but I have 7 Wires X nodes and stuff at my house, okay? And I'll tell you how to do that in a little bit. Okay, so this is our current, I want to stress current Fusion product line. The reason I say current is because PDN can be used on the FTM 100, the FTM 400. It also can be used on the FT2 and the FT3. As a matter of fact, I have an FT2 here. Why do I have an FT2 here? Because it shows the FT2, if you can't sell it on a flea market, it works great as a PDN node, okay? But as you see, we got mobiles, we got handhelds. Now, can all Fusion radios do PDN operation? Yes or no? No. The FT70 cannot. The reason the FT70 cannot is because if you notice, on the 2, the 3, and the 5, and on the mobiles, you have a dual display kind of concept. That comes into stuff on the back end we're not going to cover on there, that's technical stuff, but that is kind of needed in order to be able to have this be facilitated. The 70 doesn't have that. That's a dual band mono display radio. So the first type, this is a simple. Now, I omitted the computer, okay? I didn't because I couldn't find a computer picture I liked, so bear with me. All right, so HRI 200 goes to repeater. Simple connection, comes with the HRI 200. It's the gray cable, it's 10-pin DIN on both sides. You plug it into the HRI 200, you plug it into the repeater, you put the repeater in HRI mode or Wires X mode. What this does, and this is important to understand, is when you put the repeater into Wires X or HRI mode, it turns the brain of the repeater off. Everything you'll need to do now comes through the software. That goes ahead and counts for connections of how the repeater is going to operate, whether it's digital or AMS or fix something in and fix something out, whatever. And then it also goes ahead and determines how the wires X traffic is going to be sent down the system. Now, I stress this because while repeaters and infrastructure can be multi-mode, wires X carries a ton of weight on itself. And the reason it carries a ton of weight on itself is it goes ahead and says, man, if I'm coming in digital, I need to speak both languages going out. If I'm coming in, you see what I'm saying? So if I'm coming in digital, I need to go digital and analog for the HRI 200. If I'm coming in analog, I need to go both ways. Some people have a hard concept with that because they're like, well, wait a minute, why can't I do both down from my node? Why can't I use the repeater in digital and analog and make it work? Because the network does the transcoding. It doesn't do it at a local level. So just keep that in the back of your mind because we get calls on that all the time. Hey, I have my repeater in AMS, but the analog users can't go down wires X. Okay, open up your software. What do you see? Well, it says this and this for the mode operation. Okay, good. What does it say for wires X? Well, it says digital. There you go. That's why. All right. Now, simple cables, simple connections. Like, again, the black cable, the gray, I said gray cable, but black cable with gray sheathing around it, that's what you need. You're going to take this cable, and you're going to plug it into these holes. All righty? That's it. Now, the back of the repeater has that 10-pin mini DIN, and you're going to use radio 1 on the HRI 200. Don't use radio 2, but radio 1. Now, one of the other things we get calls about all the time, the DR2X gave a feature called IMRS. IMRS is not compatible with wires X directly, okay? That's another episode of Maury. We're not going to cover that today. But I bring this up because if you have an IMRS board inside your DR2X, it uses the same data bus lines as the HRI 200. So if you have an IMRS board installed or buy a repeater and it has it installed and you want to use a direct connection wires X to it, like an HRI 200, you have to turn off that board. Does that make sense for everybody? Because otherwise what happens is the IMRS board takes priority because it's internal. The HRI 200 is external. It doesn't work. All right. So next one, number 2, is going to go ahead and be the usage of a donor radio. Now, the reason we call it a donor radio is because much like the DR2X repeater, or the DR1X you can use, you have to put the radio into wires X mode. This turns off the internal brains of the radio. While that radio is connected to the HRI 200, the wires X software is going to determine what frequency it receives, what frequency it transmits. Can I transmit digital? If you're using HRI 200, can I transmit analog? Okay, it does all those on there. It does the thinking for you. Okay, and we'll show you that in the software later. So don't worry, don't panic on there. Simple process. Once again, we're just substituting out the radio for the repeater. So you got that cable there, and the cable is going to go in radio 1. And it's going to go in the back of the radio on there. Now, point of reference: to do digital operation with the HRI 200, it must be a digital radio. So you have to have a 100, 200, 300, 400, 500. I say this because we used to say, oh, if it has a 10-pin mini DIN, you could do that. Well, then Japan came out with the FTM 6000 that has a 10-pin DIN on it. So it's like, great. So now, if you want digital, you got to use a digital radio. However, with the HRI 200, you can also use the digital radio as an analog radio. Also, the HRI 200 comes with another cable that's 10-pin to 6-pin. That 10-pin to 6-pin allows you to connect an analog radio only. So think of something that has a 6-pin data packet on there. A lot of radios do, still back in the old days, our radios and other brands. You can use that as an analog radio, but it will not do digital. Okay? All right, so when we go ahead and once again take a look at it, this is that concept of, once again, that 10-pin to 6-pin. Notice the cable is black, not gray, okay? So if you call in, we'll say, like, what cable are you using? You're using the black or the gray one? Because we have people that are saying the cable doesn't work, it doesn't fit. Is it black or gray? What model radio do you have? Oh, I have a 100, it's black. No, 100 gray, okay? And it plugs right into there. Now, before we go on, does anybody know what the purpose of radio port 2 is for? Huh? Another radio for data, right? Is that what you're saying? And that's correct. So remember, Japan doesn't have wires X, or excuse me, repeaters. They have to use wires X. So let's say, imagine, we got a nice tall 8-story apartment complex here. Now let's say we put that repeater, or that node on 146.625. Now let's say this other guy over here has an 8-story complex, and he decides to put his wires X node on 146.025, and they link together. Okay, so now you just made an ad hoc repeater. But what happens in Japan is they do a lot of simplex usage for voice channels. But what it is because they have multiple simplex nodes over there, and as you get more towards Asia, Oceania regions and stuff like that, and even a little bit of the UK, a lot of their stuff becomes channelized, so they have certain frequencies used because the band's much smaller. It's like 144 to 146. We're spoiled here with 4 megahertz and 2 meters. But what you can do with that second radio port is, if you want to, is you can actually take and put another digital radio. It has to be digital radio in 1 and 2. And anybody notice how the first time you get a radio and you hit that wires X button, it always goes to like an assigned frequency on there? Does anyone remember that? That's because that's the concept of radio 2. I could have a node, you could have a node, like Oprah. You can have a node, and you can have a node, and you can have a node. And we can all be on different voice channels. But what we can do is for the sync channel, the handshake channel, we can be on all the same one. That's what that preset channel is. So all I have to do is go walking by, and I'm like, oh, am I near a node? Boom, I go to one, and my radio is going to handshake with the closest node, and then that's going to move me to the voice channel. I chitty chat and talk. Now I start getting out of the range. Oh, I wonder where the next node is. Well, is it 140? No, 144. No, hit that wires X button to get on that preset. Calls out to radio 2. Radio 2 handshakes it, throws you. That's why when you do the handshake, do you ever notice how your radio goes to VFO? That's the reason why, because it says, oh, okay, go to this for your voice channel. We underutilize that a lot in America. We really do. We take a little bit more of the aspect of like, turn to this channel, do the handshake, and you're good to go. Okay. Now we're moving on to type number 3. Just want to make sure I'm good on time. Type number 3 is going to go ahead and be the usage of the SCU kits for PDN or HRI operation. We're going to get to phylum here real quick about PDN and HRI, so just bear with me. But what's going to happen here is that in this case what we're doing is we're going to be using cables. We're eliminating that HRI 200. We're saying, hey, thanks for playing, get out of here. Okay, I don't want to deal with IP addresses, I don't want to use port forwarding. And we're going to start out first with the mobiles. Now the mobiles are going to go ahead and need to be used the SCU58 kit. Now the reason it's a kit, I'm sorry, it should be 58 and then the parentheses says 56. I'll get to that in 1 second. So the kit is 58. Now the kit is going to consist of the 2 cables you see up there. The first cable is going to be the USB cable, which is the SCU56 58 kit that has the 56 cable and what we call the audio pigtail. Now what that means basically is that as you take a look at that bottom right cable is going to go ahead and show you that, well, let's start with the top left, the USB cable. That's going to go plug right into that radio, plug right into the computer. Now what's going to happen with this bottom one, the blue arrow, that plugs into the radio first, and then you plug in the SCU56 cable into that. And what ends up happening, coming off, is going to look like one cable is going to go and have these 2 cables come out, and the other cable goes with the USB. That's going to plug into your computer. And I'll explain that all in just a minute here. Okay, now we look at the handhelds. So the handheld SCU57 kit, which is comprised of the SCU55 cable, which is this cable right here, okay? And then it's also comprised of audio cables and a CT44 adapter. Now the reason we have the CT44 adapter, it goes from the single pin to dual pin, okay? The reason we have that is because there are going to be times where you need to plug in the speaker out of the radio to the mic in on the computer only, and there's going to be times where you have to plug both in to this on the computer. Now, this part here does not come with the kit. This is the answer to a question we get all the time. John, my computer has one of those funky, stupid, single jack things on there. You have 2 cables and 1 hole. You don't need to be from Northwest Wisconsin to figure out there's a problem, okay? So what this does basically is this is nothing more than a USB sound card. Where's all the all-star people in here? Yeah, your CM108s that you guys have been taking up from us? Yeah, thanks. Okay. Because all you need is a simple USB to speaker microphone jack on there. I bought this one because it was a really good deal and it looks kind of cool. But that's really all you need on there. So same principle. You're going to plug in this USB cable into the side of the radio, and then what you're going to do from things on there is that then you would plug in the CT44 into the cables here, and depending on if you're going to be using access point or direct is going to go ahead and dictate that. So now I've been saying PDN, I've been saying HRI, I've been saying access point, I've been saying direct. People have been leaving. I hope they're going to the bathroom only and we'll come back. What does it all mean? Well, thanks for asking. What it means is the type of operation you're going to use. So PDN stands for Personal Digital Node. Think of it this way. PDN, Personal Digital Node, digital only. That's all you're going to get. Meaning you can only connect to digital rooms. If you try to connect to a mixed mode room or an analog room, it's going to give you heartburn. Okay? As I will say, if you've seen my other presentations, panic, don't panic. That's where we're going to go in here from here on out. Okay? HRI, human radio interface, is the ability for you to connect to analog or digital rooms. Okay? So PDN, HRI. So now that we know the mode, let's confuse you even more, and let's go to the type of operation. So in each type of operations under PDN and under HRI, we have direct. Direct is basically as simple as it be, is that you are directly using your device. You are using the speaker in here, and you're using the microphone in here. It's going down all these cables, it's going into the PC, goes out to the WiresX network. This is not only common for the handheld, but it's also going to be for the mobiles also. You'll use the microphone on the mobiles, you'll use the speaker on the mobiles, okay? That is what we go ahead and call direct. Access point is what it says. It's an access point. IT people, you'll be familiar with that. That's the little things that hang from the ceiling and everybody tries to hack, okay? That's the situation where now I'm going to take that cable and plug it in with my audio, and using both of the audio cables, plug that in, and it's going to go ahead and allow me to use another radio to talk to it. In this case, when you are in access point mode, it's only going to allow you to use another Fusion radio. Okay? So now I can take my FT5, I can take my FT70, I can take a 3, I can take a 2, I can take a 1, I can take any radio and talk to that radio. That's PDN direct and PDN access point. Now, when we look at HRI, HRI has the same thing, direct and access point. The biggest difference is going to be actually with PDN, you technically only need the USB cable. For HRI, you need the USB cable and the audio cables. But John, you just said, I need the audio cables for that. Yeah. The reason we do that is because it all depends on how you boot up your radio. Okay? On the 2 here, are you booting up by holding the WiresX button and back? Are you holding the WiresX button and band? That's going to determine if you're going into WiresX mode, or excuse me, if you're going into PDN mode or HRI mode. We always tell people it's a good habit to get into just to do that. But in PDN, you only need that. HRI mode, you need both cables. Once again, direct. You're using your radio directly. If you're using it in access point, you're talking to it. Now, With that being said, there's a couple things to remember, okay? All radios or repeaters must be powered in wires X mode. People hook it up, they think it's going to go to wires X mode, it doesn't work, they call us, they're upset. Hey, what did you do, X and band, or D, or did you do DX and GM, or just DX, what did you do? That's why we go ahead and say, okay, hey, that's what it is. If you're using an HRI 200, you can do digital and FM over the air. So digital or FM over the air. That's only with an HRI 200. If you're using a PDN or HRI mode, not an HRI 200, but an HRI mode, setup, you can only do digital via RF. Can't have an analog radio talk to it. PDN can only connect to digital-only nodes or rooms. We'll show you an error later that will pop up, okay? PDN mode requires you to push the wires X button to handshake the radio to the computer. So even though you put it into wires X mode, PDN says, okay, I need to know that I can work with you. Work with me, push the wires X button. HRI mode, not HRI 200, connects to digital or analog nodes or rooms. When using HRI mode, you need to use the cables. And here's why. If you don't use the if you don't use the audio cables in HRI mode, analog users will turn on you. Because here's what will happen. Their radios will key up, but it will be a dead carrier. And the reason that happens is because, remember, the audio cables here is providing that analog stream. So if there's no audio or analog going from your device into your wires X, the analog users don't have any audio path. It's like a dead key. It's like you cut the microphone element on your mic, but the PTT button still works. We get a lot of calls about that all the time. We even tell it's not good fusion practice to go ahead and not use the cables. That's why we always tell people, yes, PDN, you only need one cable, but be a good wires X user and just have it as a practice on there. With that, that is the whole aspect of the connections of wires X. It's not that difficult, it's not that hard. I'm going to tell you to do this. I know we don't want to do it, especially guys, but download the manual. And the reason being, there's a reason, okay? The reason being is it does go ahead and allow you to look at it at a more granular level than what we did here today. And that granular level in this case is going to say, okay, do I have a mobile? Do I have a portable? A handheld, I should say. Is that handheld going to be in PDN or HRI, or is a mobile in PDN or HRI? And it kind of breaks down that level what it is. It even shows you, we have pictures, nice pictures, not done by me, black and white because I didn't color them, but nice pictures that show, plug this cable here, plug this cable here, and you will be good to go from that point there. All right. Before we move on to the software, does anybody have any questions on what we've covered here so far? Yes, sir. So the question was, it says, hey, I only got the one SCU cable hooked up. I don't have the audio cables, I just have the USB cable hooked up. That would be what we would consider PDN mode, okay? And in that case, that's the only time you need that. But remember, if you're in HRI mode, you're not going to be sending any audio down to those analog users. And there are a fair amount of analog users on wires X. I will show you. I will show you the hint and the trick to know if the node you're looking at, the room you're looking at, is actually analog or digital for it on there. Okay? Any other questions? Oh, we got one back. Mark, you got a mic? the question I was asked, well, John, if HRI mode allows you to go into analog digital rooms, why would I need the HRI 200? Because the HRI 200 is what actually hosts your room, okay? How many people are familiar with fusion reflectors, like YSF reflectors, FCS reflectors, those kind of things like that? Okay. That's a complete different concept of what Wires X is. So what Wires X is what we call a centralized and decentralized system. Yes. The reason I say it that way is because think of Wires X, when you pull up the screen, we'll show you here, it's kind of sort of like the guest list, right? Can you come into the party or can you not come into the party? It's also kind of like a phone book, right? Every room or every node has a node number or room number. I enter that number in to connect to that node or room. But what ends up happening is the HRI 200 hosts the room. So when I'm in the Wires X network and I connect to a room like I will here, I'm not going like a YSF reflector to a server and then my traffic is broadcasted out there. I'm going directly via the internet to that HRI 200. That's why you need the global non-NATed IP address. That's why you also need to have those ports open, because the HRI 200 turns in like a mini server. Does that make sense for everybody? That's the pain, right? We started to find out, and this is another reason why we did PDN. You'll see on there, we can see like, my God, there's so many nodes on, but the list of like rooms was like always like half or less than half of all the nodes that are on there. And then we started to find out people aren't connecting rooms. People are going ahead and just wanting to talk into rooms. And that's why you can't host a room with PDN or HRI. Does that make sense? Okay. Any other questions? Yes.
Your slide did not include the FT991A in System Fusion.
That's a good question. So this is sort of a left Twix, right Twix kind of thing, okay? So when the FT991 came out, it wasn't designed to be a fusion like node. It wasn't designed for Wires X. What it was designed for was to be an HF radio that was all mode, all band, so VHF, UHF included, that could transmit fusion. So what we did is on the back of the 991, it's only a 6-pin DIN. What we did is we took the ability to do and operate as a quote-unquote digital node, and we took that technology, pulled it away from there, and we included a sound card for HF digital data modes. So we sacrificed it being used as a digital node, which we didn't think people would want to do, and made it so you can just plug in the USB to do FT8 or RIDI or whatever on there. So that's why I'm like it's a left Twix, right Twix thing, because you can plug it in and use an analog node, but it's like, yeah, so, yeah. Any others before? Yes. So direct and access point are the two types of operation underneath that mode. So you choose, do I only want to talk to digital or do I want to talk to digital and analog? That's your first choice. And then underneath it, do I want to use the radio directly or do I want to use another radio to talk to it? So that's direct versus access point. Anyway, we got one over here. Hang on one second.
Hi. If you're going to get the HRI 200, and I'd like you to justify the purchase on it, you would recommend not getting the Ethernet card for the DR2X?
That's a good point. So here's where the concept of the IMRS came in. So he says, do you not justify the extra $200 for the IMRS? What we found out through the DR1X series was that people were putting them in government installations, we'll call it that way, right? And sometimes the government has an issue with the internet from the public coming in and touching their equipment or building. I guess there's been issues. So what happened is we said IMRS does not require the internet. You can do an intranet with it, right? You can run it. I can put a DR2X here, run an Ethernet cable to the back, and we can make it work that way. The reason I bring that up that way is because the IMRS was designed to be a solution for those that didn't want to use Wires X but still could connect digitally. Where Wires X requires the internet, IMRS doesn't. So it's ultimately the answer is going to come down to is what is your installation, what is your design going to dictate? Now, IMRS only works in digital voice. You cannot do analog voice on it whatsoever. WiresX, once again, allows you to do both. So that's, once again, a personal preference. Any others? Okay, with your node and room number, you can use any radio you want. You just see I just did it. The FT2 is registered, the FT2 ID is in the software, but I just plugged in my FT5. Now, what does that mean? What it means is that if I use the FT5 now, whether it's in PDN or HRI mode, it's going to show up as others as that node of the FT2, meaning 33301 or whatever number I am, okay? But what's happening is we feel bad. We'll see people, they'll call us, and they're like, oh my God, this is my 7th Yaesu radio I'm registering. Whoa, what do you mean? Well, I want to be able to use them on PDN. Are you going to use all 7 at once? Well, no, okay. And I'm going to say this, we're not like other digital modes, okay? You don't need to register each radio. You don't have to register, get an ID. You don't have to do that. In this case, remember how I said earlier I have 7 WiresX nodes at the house? Okay. I got 3 HRI 200s because my internet company gives me fiber, so I have 4 IP addresses, and then the other 4 are PDNs. A lot of that is for actually testing, troubleshooting, supporting. But if I'm going to have all 3, now every HRI 200 needs that separate address, but with all the PDN, I don't have to do it. Now, how many of you have an HRI 200 as well as a PDN setup? Okay. You guys don't need to register that, change different numbers either. If you have an HRI 200 and today I'm going to go on the road and use the PDN, great. Unplug the HRI 200, bring your laptop with you, bring the right cables, plug it in, you're good to go. But if you're going to be like me at home, I have my HRI 200 feeding my repeater, I have another HRI 200 that I use for analog, and I have my PDN, I need 3 registrations, okay? Does that make sense? I just want to stress that because people, I feel so bad for people that call in and they're like, I got to do this, and you're an idiot, and then I said, honey, stop calling. She's a ham too, like an actual ham, like an XYL, not like a ham. All right, so now that's over a lot of that. Now what we're going to do is, we're red again. This is giving heartburn. Don't worry, folks. We got you. We're here to help. Now look right away, put it in there. See how it changed? No more red. We're good to go. All righty. Now, with this being said, the next thing we need to take a look at and we need to know is what mode of operation we're in. Are we in PDN or HRI? And are we in, for this case, in this instance, I decided to go with HRI and access point. The reason being is because HRI and access point are going to give me the most options of rooms to connect to. Because I can connect to digital rooms with my HRI mode. I can also connect to analog rooms. Remember, if it's PDN, I'm only in digital. Now, John, you said, how do I know if they're analog or digital? Thanks for asking. On the node list, put that right there for right now. On the node list up at the top, you're going to go ahead and see, off to the left-hand side, you'll see there's a bunch of letters and numbers here. Do you see that? The A stands for, guess what? Analog. The D stands for, guess what? Digital. The Wi-Fi symbol stands for, Nope. PDN or HRI mode. So we lump them together, okay? That's going to go ahead and be able to tell you a little bit more. So like, okay, if I want to connect to, this one happens to be NY4R. If I want to connect to this person in Trinidad, Spain, I know that they're an analog user. So obviously it dictates automatically I have to use HRI mode, right? Okay, this person here, NWRARC1 out of Phoenix, they're digital. So that knows that, hey, I'd have to use PDN or HRI mode, right? And then once again, right below that, JR5YFG from Japan. We're just going to say, I have no idea. Ichi, Shikami, there. That is, they're in PDN mode. Now, let's look down here. Okay, down here when we get into these kind of things, now we're going to go ahead and have different icons on there. The two icons you're going to go ahead and see are going to be a little house. It's a nice one story. Okay. Little house, or the word DIG with what looks like 3 lines coming out of it, and it's got like 3 little red squares. Guess what the house means? Huh? Actually means analog. Guess what dig means? Digital. So automatically it's going to go ahead and tell you that. Now, depending on the color of the digital symbol, and depending on the color of the house symbol, will dictate if the room has someone in it, or if a room has no one in it. So this one is hard to see, but the digital in this case is like a yellowish kind of letters of DIG and a blue, and if you look, it has 1 person in there. If you go ahead and take a look down here, we'll find no one because there's a lot of empty rooms here. Here you go. In this case, digital has people in it. This one here, this room right here has no one in it, and the word digital is red. Okay? That goes ahead and kind of tells you, hey, someone's in there, someone's not. Not that you can't look over to the word act for activity. Same thing with the here. So if you see no one's in there, the little house is a light blue, but as you see when the people are in there, it is actually a dark colored blue. Okay. So remember, in the node section, D digital, A analog, little Wi-Fi symbol is going to go ahead and be PDN mode. On the bottom, you either have the house, which is analog, or could be mixed mode, or you have digital, which is dig only. Now, a couple things to look at here. Basically, this is your display box on the top. This is what you can set at. Some people have it set for bookmarks. I have it set for me personally when I'm in a room that will always kind of keep a running population list of who has been or who is actually in the room as a user. So if Bill checks in and Bill checks out, it will show that Bill's in there, because your constant box, which I'll show in a minute, doesn't always show who was or was not in there. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go, anybody have a room they want me to use? No? Zombie alert? Who said that? No, of course. What's your number? 28290? 28298, okay. Alrighty. So now we're in the zombie alert room. According to the room, we're okay. All right. A couple things pop up on the screen. This lets you know a couple things. So first of all, the first box that's going to pop up here is you can put your little logo in there and stuff like that, but you can actually give a little detail about your room. This is set up in the WiresX software, but thanks for visiting the Zombie Alert Network System, YSF 88240 and XLX, so you can connect it over. And then he has the email address if you want to email them on there. For some people, if you don't want to have that on there, if you don't want to see that on the screen, you can click close. That's not going to close your room, it's just going to take away that screen. Now, this box right here that I'm moving around, okay, this is the current list of users in that room right now. This box here, so remember how I said this one I like to have here? This box will show all the people that have been in the room, even if they're not in the room currently. So once again, if my friend Bill goes ahead and jumps into the room and then he leaves, Bill's node would show up in here. Does that make sense for everybody? So it kind of does that. If you have your own room, you're using an HRI 200, I strongly recommend using that as that reference box for you. That's going to help you out. Okay. Now, you can do that if you saw I connected one of two ways. I connected by, I'm going to close this out and I'm going to disconnect. So you can do the connect to. So if you know the room number, like he said, you drop connect down to connect to and enter that in there. This is a running total box of here of all the rooms that your nodes you have connected to. There's no way to delete that. It just will eventually delete after time. Alrighty. If you know from the list, if you pick from the list here, so let's say I'm going to go down to, well here, the all Japan CQ room digital. So if I know I want to go to that room, I can highlight it once with the one left mouse click, come here, connect to, boom. Now I connected to the room that way. There's no one talking in the Japan room because they're all sleeping right now. But if I close this, remember, I'm not completely disconnected. Still, as you see here, I'm connected to the node here. I still have to go up here, and I still have to disconnect. Now, this brings us to the next box of WiresX software, which is this box here. This box is the output box, all right? If, for an example, the radio became unplugged earlier, look what happened. Digital transceiver error reset code 1050110, okay? What that means is that that's a code. You can tell us that. We can kind of help look it up. But basically what it means is the WiresX software stops seeing the radio initially used. The next code here was that, hey, there was another radio, but that one got disconnected. You don't need to know those codes. That's a thing that I get to remember or try to. Then it will tell you, hey, call started. This means when a call was initiated to a node or a room. In this case, if the connection is successful, it will tell you the room member and how many nodes are in there. If, I will show you this, if I want to connect to a room and 11004 shouldn't be busy. If I connect to that, entry, no ILS on server. Panic, don't panic. Don't panic. What this means, what it's telling you is it's saying, I'm not seeing this node or room on WiresX currently. Doesn't mean anything in particular, doesn't mean the network's down, just something. It just means that your WiresX software, when it comes up to the main node and room list, is saying, hey, I'm looking for this node number, I'm not seeing it. And they're saying, the server's replying back and saying, correct, that one is not currently on the network. If you do decide to connect to one here, we'll do another one. Call started. Oh, whoa, 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 what just happened? Panic, don't panic. But the word error is there. We should panic, right? No, don't panic. What that means is connection busy from the node I tried connecting to. What that tells you is basically someone has turned on, which you can do in the software here, that says when I'm connected as a node to a room, I don't want to be bothered. I don't want to be bothered with it, and that's what that is telling you, okay? One of the things you have to understand with the WiresX software is you do have a lot of function and control at your fingertips. You can make a closed room. You can make an open room. You can make a GM room that will beacon out on there. You can go ahead and say, okay, I have an open room, but when I'm connected to that open room, don't bother me with the node. You can have it that, hey, allow a connection to you, even though when you're in a node, once you're done with that connection, your node will go back to the room then. Or you can have it finally set up as, hey, I'm in a room, someone wants to connect to me directly, then after that's done, I go back to an idle state. And finally, you can have a return to a certain room. That's the next one we're going to get, because we're going to dive into the settings here now. So the settings page has a lot of information that you can and cannot change. So first of all, you will never be able to change the serial number of the device you're using. You will never be able to change the DTMF ID of the device you're using. That is set from us at Yaesu, okay? This radio I'm using here will always be 33369. If I want to change the FT2 to the FT5 to be registered with 33369, I got to log into my WiresX account, say I want to submit a change, put the FT5 information in there, and then it gets updated, okay? Call sign cannot be changed, okay? However, user ID can be changed. So, your user ID is restricted to 10 bytes, and a byte is a character in this case. So in this case, the user ID does not have to technically be your call sign. That's why your call sign is hard-coded in there. This can be whatever you want as your user ID, as your node. So if I wanted to say, John is cool, well, actually John-cool, my node now is known as John-Cool, which should have been in the first place. But so now when I connect into any room, the zombie alert network was nice enough to see that John-Cool was in his room. Okay, so as you see there, John-Cool is there. So that's that user ID. Now, why is this done this way? This is done for the same purpose of people may say, oh, we may want to call this the repeater 1. We want to maybe reference this. So if you're sitting and looking in your Wires X room, you can see, oh wait, the node for repeater 1 is in there. You may have, if you own a bunch of repeaters, right? You can't have a duplicate user ID, so I can't be like N9UPC-RPT, because if I try it a second time, it's going to error out. ID is already in use. So it's not something illegal. Now, if I was to key up, what's going to happen is it's going to show the ID of my radio and the actual node that I'm accessing. So let me turn it on here real quick. And now if you check on the screen when I key up, N9UPC, test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So as you saw there, it went along and it's showing the first call sign is going to show the node, so John is cool. And then the second one is going to show the call sign, N9UPC-, which is my. Now, because what I can go ahead and do is I could actually pull up the node information. I could request get info, and I can see who it is. So that's when you're in the Wires X environment, you actually can see who it is on there. But that is how you change your user ID. Now, in addition with that, the user ID and these functions can only be changed when you're not connected to a node or room. So if I go back here, I'm going to change this. I change this usually to N9UPC-travel. And then once again, I apply. The ID isn't in use. It goes ahead and says ID change complete. Okay, life is good. All right, you can enter a comment about this node. So this says, this is my travel node for work. Now, if you want privacy, you actually can click and say confidential ID. This still will go ahead and have the ID requirements, but you will not be able to pull, this is my travel node for work, where my city is in registering. That's the next thing. City, state, and country are automatically hard-coded in there based on what you put in for your information, which corresponds to your FCC license. Does that make sense? Okay. That's how we validate you. Believe me, we've had Daffy Duck, Donald Duck, Donald Trump, Betty Boop. Who else have we had register? King Siam register. But people try to send false registrations in all the time. Okay. Location services. So location services basically pull the information off of the GPS off of your device. If you have a GPS signal on, it's not getting a GPS signal because we're in here. Or you can manually put that in there if you want to. The reason we offer that option is because if you're going to use this to, remember, feed a repeater, you may be at your house 2-3 miles away, and you want the GPS address of the repeater, so maybe you might put the repeater's GPS address in there instead. Okay, call settings. This is very, very key on here. This is how you can lock your node down tight. So notice I said round QSO room connection on or off. So right now it's checked, and check means on. Okay? And as you saw, and I'll do it again, I will connect with my handheld. I just did the handshake. It says station info to V channel. Now I've done the handshake. Now I can go and I can connect to any room I want by going ahead and operating it through the radio. As you see, I just connected to my room. Okay, I want to go ahead and back out of my room and go ahead and push this. Voila, now I can control it all through there. If you don't want people doing that, because sometimes people will do it. I had a guy, I know who he was, I had to yell at him numerous times. He thought it'd be funny during the night to come into my repeater and I didn't even know this at first, he was doing it, but all of a sudden I wake up one morning and I hear a bunch of British speaking people. Okay. Northern Wisconsin doesn't have a lot of British people there, okay? So I knew that, first of all, that's wrong, right? So then I went along and took my Wires X, and I saw I was in a UK room. Okay, not a problem, whatever. But I used my Wires X for linking, so I disconnected. And the next day I hear someone come back, and they're Scottish. That was a linguistic adventure. And I'm like, okay, why are we in there? So I went along, clicked the room out of there. I looked on my right-hand side there because I saw who was connected, and I could go into my log here and check who was connecting. And I saw him and said, hey, use my repeater. No. And the next night, it was Japan. And waking up to hearing Japanese people talk like, oh my God, work found me. What it is here in this case is I went here. Notice how it's unchecked now. Now watch what happens. I go ahead. I'm going to do the handshake. Okay, lets me handshake. Now what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to go ahead and try to connect to a room. Now it says busy air. Do you see how on the screen now it says call rejected to 21667, disconnected? That's because I unchecked that box. That box says, yeah, I'll let you go ahead and connect to it in my room. Okay, cool. So if you have people that are using your Wires X node, if you have that kind of thing, that's a way to go ahead and kind of do it there. Now going back under settings here, under call settings. If you leave that checked, that's fine, it's up to you. Now this one says accept calls while in round QSO room. So once again, that's saying, hey, I'm in a room, we're talking, but they want to connect to me directly. They can pull me out of the room if I want to, if I have that box checked. Otherwise, what will happen is you'll get to error like I showed earlier that the call was canceled. Remember, it showed 21667 because I don't allow that. In addition, back to round QSO after disconnect, that means, okay, I'm in a room talking da-da-da-da-da. Bill wants to connect to me directly to talk to me on the side. Okay, boom. Hey, John, hey, it's Bill, blah, 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 blah. Okay, cool, thanks, okay, bye. One of us disconnects. It's going to throw me back to the room that I was just in, okay? Now, this one, whoop, let me check these. This one is return to room, which is completely different. So what's going to happen here, so I'm going to sit this, what's going to happen here in a minute is that this is going to automatically throw me back to room 2100. And what it's designed to do is it's designed that if the room you're connected to goes offline, it's going to automatically try to call back to that room. And then if it doesn't get a response, see, there you go. Just automatically did it on its own. A lot of people do this for like nets and stuff where they're like, hey, we normally sit in our room, but the net came on, it's coming on at 7. They'll disconnect from their room temporarily. They'll connect to another one, but then when they're done, they just disconnect. And here, I'll even show you again. We'll go up here, connect, disconnect. It disconnected, and then it will see in a minute or two here, it's going to go ahead and try to connect again. This can also be a node. So if you do a node-to-node connection, it doesn't have to be just a room. And it does, and it waits about 15 seconds or so here, because what it's doing is saying, hey, wait, maybe you needed to disconnect because you need to change something or you need to do something, and it's going to give you a little time, and then it will reconnect here in just a moment. Okay, there, so was, close this up here, and there we go. So from the time, let's see, is, try and find it here, disconnect, oh, did I go up too high? So yeah, so disconnected and then returned to room last 10 count, so it waited, yeah, about almost a minute actually. That once again is under file, or excuse me, file settings and then call settings. I can uncheck that too. All right, a couple other general settings on there. This is a big one, is a limited timeout timer. This is not the timeout timer for your transmissions. This is a timeout timer for you being in a room. If your users are connecting to another room and are leaving it connected to a room, this is where you can kind of curb them. The minimum amount of time is 5 minutes. And what this means is that if I connect to a room, I could sit in there for 5 minutes before it's automatically going to time me out and kick me out of that room. Doesn't matter if a conversation's taken place or anything like that whatsoever. It goes ahead, it's going to kick you out, it's going to kick you out. Alrighty? Some people will put that as kind of a watchdog timer on there. Once again, it's not a timeout timer. We can't stress that enough because some people think it's a timer and they're like, oh my goodness, why is it going ahead and doing so long there? Let me get back over here, sorry. All right, the general setting, once again, unlimited timeout timer. I leave it that way just because it's just easier that way. Now, some of these settings are grayed out. The reason they're grayed out is because it's a room function or room setting. We're in PDN, remember we can't do that. So a lot of those things are there, connect messages, room in and out messages, those kind of things. Digital ID settings, these are gonna go ahead and be, if you have the HRI 200, you can actually have it broadcast your ID, or you can have it broadcast your voice on there. List files, if you wanna make a file of things to save, like, hey, I wanna see who's always connecting to my room, I can go ahead and do that, okay? I'm sorry, for this one, it's a group window, the activity log, or activity ID, or the room ID. So I can make a list file of this screen up here of all the data that's connected all the time. You have to enable the lists though. They don't come naturally. You have to enable it and you have to select where you want to save it. Finally, these are the log files. So if I click node log, I can create a file that will keep track of everybody that I connect to or connects into here or anything like that has to do with this node. So if someone talks on the node, it makes that list file. If someone goes ahead and handshakes with it, it makes that list file and everything there. Now the final one I'm going to talk about is control of your radio. Now if you're in PDN mode, you will set the frequency of the radio from the radio, whatever you want to use. If you're in HRI mode, whether it be HRI 200 or HRI, you will need to come to this screen here. This is the transceiver screen. Now normally, if you had an HRI 200, you could select receive digital, transmit digital, or receive analog, transmit analog. Why can I not select analog? Because it's PDN, or excuse me, it's a PDN setup, not in PDN mode, but a PDN setup. It doesn't allow you to transmit FM, okay? This is where you're going to change your frequency. So if I want to change the frequency to whatever, 445, 500, that is where I would do it here, okay? That's where I would go ahead and change it. Whatever you change will not take effect until you click apply and OK. Now, you can set this up as duplex. So if you want to feed or repeat with the software.
I believe so.
Okay, because that's usually what it is. What it's saying is that I'm not seeing anything I can transmit at. But it's in a gray state, sort of saying, hey, I'm in a waiting state to receive or transmit. But if it's that red, it says I can't transmit. And that usually is indicative of within PDN mode, you didn't do a handshake. So, but it's not a radio.
Okay, on TV5, I just press
The GMX button.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Yep. Okay.
At one point, you said the radio had to be started in Wires X mode. Could you go over the steps to do that?
Sure. So when you're using a handheld, handhelds are going to be a combination of the radio in a powered off normal state. You're going to go ahead and either push the GM and X button and then the band button, and that will turn the radio on. Keep pushing them, and like this one will say Wires X PDN. That means I'm in PDN mode. Okay. Take it out of Wires X PDN. You turn it off, hold the same two buttons, and turn it back on again. To put it in HRI mode is GMX and back. That will put it into HRI mode. Now, when you're going ahead and doing that in HRI mode, what's going to happen is that it's going to say Wires X on the screen, and it's going to stay there until it sees the Wires X software. So that's the two big differences on there. Mobiles, a little bit easier. Mobiles, you push and hold the DX button while turning it on for PDN mode. And then for HRI mode or HRI 200 mode, it's pushing and holding the DX and the GM button while turning the radio on. Once again, that's why I say you got to read the manual. Sorry, dude.
Hey, John, you were talking about in your setup, and I'm assuming you were talking about a PDN. Would it be, when you were talking about putting the frequencies of the repeater, is it advisable to put a PDN on a repeater? And what would be the, what would be the use of putting a PDN instead of an HRI?
So the question was saying, hey, about advisability of like, hey, putting a PDN on the repeater or using the HRI 200. It's really, once again, going to come down to two factors. One, do you want to host a room? And two, do you need to transmit wires X analog? Those are the two factors that are going to dictate whether you use HRI 200 or you use a PDN setup. PDN is very simple. It's you know, like I said, it's handheld or mobile with just the cables only. It's once again going to come down to your personal preference of saying, yeah, I want to feed it over the air versus a direct connection. Some places you can't get the internet at your repeater site. Other places, I don't want to have something at the repeater site except the repeater site. There's a whole bunch of different influences per each user that come into play. So I hate to say it, but it comes down to your personal preference.
Put my PDN in one room, put it on my repeater that's linked to the zombie alert. And that other room would actually go broadcasting through the zombie alert?
Correct, yep. So you can have it at your house, and then you're feeding the repeater over the air, and you're in the bathroom, walking the dog, whatever. You're going through that repeater as normal. You have no worries or qualms about it whatsoever. And you're going into 11.0 for argument's sake, right? And radio 2 is 145.5625. So what would happen is radio 2 only sits and listens for the handshake command from Wires X radios. Okay, or it will say, oh, hey, you want to connect to my node? Yeah, I'll let you. Okay, you're going to now go to 147.000. The radio is going to go beep, beep, beep. Sounds like the Addams Family theme. And it's going to go beep, beep, beep. You'll notice your radio now has changed to the voice channel and is in VFO mode.
Okay. That doesn't work when an FTM 6000.
It does not, no, because that's analog only.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Is there a way in the Wires X software to schedule a connection?
There's not. There's not. The reason being, the concept behind it is that it was, once again, a terminal user interface and not so much as a, per se, remote user interface. It has those room safety features in there because people say, well, why can't you do it? You can do the room thing on there. That's more of a fail-safe. So, like if I'm away from here in Wisconsin and all of a sudden my room starts to go haywire, I can set up those safeguards. But there's no scheduling system in there or anything to do it. Part of the reason for that is because it's not server-based. It doesn't know if that device is going to be online. So let's say you want to go to the zombie alert room, right? Mm-hmm. Let's say I want it to go every Monday night at 8 p.m. You're going to have a net now, Monday night at 8 p.m., okay? Now, if it says, hey, Monday night at 8 p.m., I want to go to that, if that's not on, what does the device do? Exactly.
Anyway.
Yeah, well, see, that's the thing. It's like, what do you schedule? How do you do it? You know, that kind of thing. So that's why there's no scheduling built into it, because it's not a true server-based system on there. So that's why there's no scheduling.
All right. I have one more question, if I may. All right, so you said at the beginning of the presentation you were going to talk about how to have multiple devices on within your residence existing together. I have one question that might kind of dig into that. So can you have an HRI 200 and a PDN on the same IP address?
Yes.
The same outward facing, okay.
Yep. That's the nice part about PDN. PDN does not require static's the wrong word. It does not require a global non-NATed IP address. It goes through and it comes up through the system like a switch, okay? So instead of physical connections, it's saying, okay, I'm going and I'm talking into there. I'm looking at the system, but I'm going through a switching network instead of a direct connection. so it reroutes it for you as a PDN. It's not technically server-based, okay? But in that case, since PDN doesn't require that address, it doesn't care an IP address, doesn't care whatever, where the HRI 200 does. PDN's like sort of the YOTA system, so therefore it's like, okay, I don't care.
All right.
Yep.
Any other questions? Can a room be disconnected after interactivity?
Can a what?
Room be disconnected after interactivity?
Can disconnect it to activity?
Inactivity.
No. So the room and your node ID are always paired together. If you notice that, and you notice it's a one step over. It's like it's a 10,000 step is actually what we kind of call it as. So for example, my room is 11667. My room 21667. This node here 33369. If I connect an HRI 200 to it, the room would be 43369. The pairing always will take place that way. So if you have a room active and no one's in it, guess what? It's not active. We're not going to shut down a room. We can't disable a room. The only way for you to turn off your room is to go into the software when it's set up with the HRI 200 and uncheck the room from being active. There's a activate room check. You uncheck it. That's how you turn off the room.
One more question.
Mm-hmm.
Given that all of the room numbers are 5 digits, is there a contingency plan for expansion going beyond whatever that can accomplish?
Yes, we have been contacting the people that have been like setting up, have had nodes and stuff on there for a long time and have been off the air. Like we have not seen a connect request for them in a while. Some of the numbers we have seen have not been on since like December of 2014. We are reaching out to them slowly on there. And, we've had people that said, oh yeah, it's not, I'm not active anymore, or that kind of thing, or if it's a silent key or something like that on there. So it is there. I think you'll be able to see the list grow more and more. We started out with a 5-digit series based on sort of regional and country codes. So if you actually take a look at it, the USA, we were 333s, but if, for North America, it should say that. But if we actually take a look, and we go down further, I'll do this a little bit here. So this is the Philippines. Notice they're 5-9s, but then if we go down a little bit more for the node numbers, Poland's are 1-8s and 1-7s. So the numbering system we know, but there's a lot of numbers still in the system that are unused. But so many people think like, oh, you're 11167. Well, now your room is 21667. So we went, next one is 668, 669, 670, and it's not. There's partitions for the world. 65111. Yeah, and I think, if I remember correctly, 6-4s. You can kind of see in there, but like here, so we'll just use it here. So for an example, 7-0, 7, like so here, Argentina started the 71,000 block. And in the North America, we were the 70,000 block. And if you go ahead and take a look at the 72,000, that went to, that's back to Canada, and then Argentina. So you just see it kind of bounces around like North America, South America, those kind of things on there. So.
Any other questions?
Oh, what up here?
This has to do with the software installation. I had it on a computer that has since crashed, and I'm going to reinstall the software. You mentioned about having specific information to put back into it. What if I don't recall or have any idea what that is?
So if you don't save the email, you don't have that in there, you can log back in with your WiresX account. All that information is hard-coded in WiresX. If you don't have your password or you forget your username, you can go to there, and by using the serial number of your device and those kind of things, you can go ahead and log in and recover the stuff on there. That has all that information on there. What I usually tell people, and it's a good rule of thumb, everybody's got a label maker. right? You know, everybody got one for Christmas when they were 12. What I do is, like on this one here, I have it on the back of that. I have, and it says ID 33369. So I know if I'm going to get a different computer, or I had to reboot things and retry activation is what they call it. Then I look back, okay, yeah, this is the so I know this number, and then I pull up the DPID out of there. Now, case in point, if you upgrade software, you will not lose anything, okay? So like if you, like I hear, I went from version 1.54 to 1.55, didn't lose anything, kept my settings, kept everything like that, it just updated what it needed to do.
Any other questions? Going once, twice, 3 times. I hope you found this format useful this year, and I assume we'll do it again next year. We'll be in the booth tomorrow morning until 1 o'clock, I guess, so feel free to come by. And thanks, John, for all the information.
Thank you. Yeah.
Question.
Yeah.
Just to make sure I'm doing it right.
Yeah.
Because it's complicated.
Okay.
I just want to see if you see any holes in my idea. So here's a repeater. Laser systems is a repeater. There's never, ever, ever going to be an internet connection. So 3 miles away, I have an FTM 200, HRI 200, PC running wires at decent internet connection, RF 3 miles away. This analog only. Out in Arizona, this is working. You have an FTP, HRI, the PC, internet works great. I've got a buddy in Mesa, smart tech, FTM 400, he's going back to a wires expert meeting. And it seems like he always has problems. He sounds great on this end over here, but he's having trouble with audio.
Okay. He needs to have him download the manual and go through the audio tuning steps.
Is that what he needs to do?
Yes, he needs to do that. There's this process on there where you go in the
On the
WiresX software.
For the FTM 400?
Yeah, in the software, WiresX software. And
but he's not using the WiresX software. He's going by our WiresX repeater.
No, but it's still in the software.
It is.
Yeah, even though it's connected, the WiresX repeater is somehow connected to WiresX.
Yes.
So it's either an HRI 200 or something over the air. They got to balance the audio.
On the repeater.
No, in the WiresX software. There's
For
a spot.
The repeater.
Yep, the WiresX software running that repeater connection, that needs to be balanced on there.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Because
with analog to digital, you're going to have a change, and probably what's happening is it sounds good coming on there because digital's going over to analog, and that's great. Digital always sounds great. But if you're staying on the digital side of things, he's probably either overmodulated or having a hard time. So his receive coming in on a digital signal or an analog signal could be too high or too low.
That makes sense because I manually changed it over to digital over here.
Yep.
And he sounded great.
Yep, that's why. So it's
on both ends.
Yep. And if it's a weak signal FM, it's going to sound very crappy to him.
Gotcha. Thank you, John.
Mm-hmm.
So again.
Yep.
I'm more confused.
Yep.
I'm going to go tonight.
Okay.